Dun, 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 dun. Good morning. Good morning. Da, 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 da. Hello, good morning, everybody. Hello, hello. Da, 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 da. All right. All right. Good morning. Pausing Samantha Dragonati, links in the description. 1, 2, 3. Hello, everyone. Good morning. So chat says, did yesterday's stream get removed? Yeah, it did, girl. It got copyrighted. It got copyrighted by The Daily Show. I'm appealing. Fingers crossed. I also tried to clip a segment, but it got copyrighted. So fingers crossed. Let's see if the appeal goes through. It may not. It is what it is. Hey, what are you going to do? Hey, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Okay. So even though their content is for free on YouTube, when you review it on YouTube, it gets copyrighted. I get it. They want the views to go to their channel. I feel them on that. But what is the video without my commentary? What is them being sarcastic? Okay, I'm being a little sarcastic. It was a great video. If they let me post it, I'll post it. If not, hey, it is what it is. We have a lot to go over today, but mostly surrounding activism and spaces on the internet and the bubbles within it. So I want to talk about that. But before I do, I'm just going to make a big announcement. I'm autistic. I really suck at transitions. I'm honestly so nervous. I'm sweating, but I think it's important that I do this. I think it's important for you and me. I think it's important for my channel to grow. I think this is a big change for me, and I need you to know that I'm the last one to do it because transitions are very hard for me. It is very hard for me to do new things, and I say this as a girl who spent a lot of her 20s in dungeons being whipped. Okay, I was flogged, but you know what I mean. It sounds better when you say whipped. But I say this as a girl that has literally done DMT and shrooms. I say this as a girl that has had so many threesomes that they're so boring to me now. I say this as a girl, okay, who just is so autistic. I'm very bad at transitions, but I need to do this. I've consulted the YouTube gods, and I think this is the best thing to do for my channel. So this channel is going to stay the same, streaming Monday through Friday. Great. It's a great space to be. Okay. We're going to stream. This is going to be the streaming channel. Okay. The streaming channel, trending topics, politics, YouTube stuff, whatever is happening in the now that people want to know about and they want to hear me talk about. That's what we're doing here. But I notice that the algorithm is punishing my channel because when I do a stream, that's like, hey, Noah Samson and Palestine and also Trump. And then I go 30 days of yoga. The YouTube algorithm's like, what? Ah. So the podcasts are officially going to be up on a podcast channel. Okay, check it out. I've converted one of my old secondary channels into the podcast channel. I've just linked it in the chat. Go check it out, guys. Please subscribe. Come with me on this journey. I think this will allow me to make much more like, hey, 5 things I learned about being autistic without it ruining the algorithm for, hey, also Palestinians matter and free Palestine. I just think it's confusing the algorithm. It's confusing myself. Like when I come to work on stream, I feel like, there are different Britneys. The Britney that does the podcast is a different Britney than streams. And so if you guys want to join me on both my channels, I really appreciate it. Please go and check that out. Starting this Monday, the new podcast will be posted on that channel. And that will be the podcast channel. And that way, people who just want to listen to the podcast can do that. And people who want to watch my streams can do that. But did you know there are separate audiences? Obviously, the few hundred of you that watch me on stream obviously aren't the possibly thousands of you that watch me on my other videos. So it also, I notice I'm getting a bunch of new subscribers, and I think they're going to be really confused if they try to subscribe for trending topics and then they see like a podcast. It's just confused. It's confusing. Chat says, are you going to re-upload the older podcasts? I'm not going to. I did consult YouTube algorithm recommendations, and most of them don't really agree with that in terms of like getting the channel to go because the video already exists somewhere else. So instead, they recommend just starting to upload again. And plus, a lot of the topics I've covered in the past, I'll probably want to redo and cover in a more in-depth way as I age and mature. So I'm just going to keep it as is. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to add a playlist on both of the channels that just add in the new podcast and get people to realize that there is a second channel. It will take time for people to transition in, but this allows the YouTube algorithm to push my pod out to people that just want the podcast and do not want to see Stream Britney, just because they're two very different Britneys. And so, yeah, That's it. I finally did it. I'm the last YouTuber on earth to have 2 channels that are actually functional and uploading, current content, but I'm very bad at transitions. They make me really nervous, and I'm so used to being in one place, but I'm doing it. So the pod is officially on its own channel. Look at me go, I'm really curious what audience will come to that channel now that it's going to be not associated with the streamer Brittany. I am curious, Okay, so please go subscribe. It'll be great. Join me there. And then for now, that channel is just going to be podcasts. It is already monetized as well, so that's great. But Patreon and stuff will still be, allocated to that channel. Ultimately, Patreon doesn't make that happen. YouTube members, though, my focus for you guys is the same here on this main channel, focusing on creating like exclusive content about media and stuff like that, stuff that isn't the podcast. Right? Chad says, do you think you'll have guests? Yeah, I would love to. I already have some people that I would love to come on, but exactly that point is like when you have a podcast guest, it's different than a streamer guest. A streamer guest just feels different. And so I want to be able to invite my guests on without them being associated with like my streamer persona. Because again, they're all me. They're just like the energy is different. And I noticed like all these big YouTubers I follow, all of them have like 5 or 6 channels, and they do that because the algorithm is so, they will punish you. And I take this away from Michael Burns and FD Signifier. FD Signifier has like 3 channels. And he said, yeah, the YouTube algorithm will punish you so severely that he doesn't even take the chance. He is very strict. That's why he just started a streamer channel. And so I'm just going to listen to the people that are successful and assume they've learned something that I can't figure out. And I'm just going to trust the process. So shout out to FD, shout out to Ludwig, shout out to all the big YouTube content creators that have 5 or 6 channels who make it clear, like, you're going to want to do that. Because as much as you'd like to believe people are just coming to see you, they're really coming for the content you put out. And so when they're used to something and then you switch it on them, it feels like disruptive. And I kind of get it. But okay, so I'm going to listen. So please go subscribe to that second channel, that podcast channel, and hope to see you there for the pods. With that said, and speaking of the differences between 5 reasons I'm autistic now, but also let's talk about Palestinian lives, it can feel abruptive. So let's talk about Palestinian lives. We're going to open up with an update coming out of the Middle East Eye, a journalistic like news channel that I watch. 2 videos to start our morning off. So just get ready. It's a little heavy this morning. 2 videos, and then we'll go into the Noah Samsen Rashid interview, which I did watch last night. It was really, really good. It started off a little slow, but then Noah got right into it with the good questions, and Rashid answered really, really well. So we're going to get into that as well. Okay, let's start here. 14th, UN warns 14,000 babies may die in 48 hours if Gaza blockade continues.
The situation is dire. The real test of the words will be whether we can get that aid in. We are there on the border right now. We have thousands of trucks ready to go. We know how to do this. We've done it before, and we are demanding that the world back us in pushing Israel to let us get in and reach those people who are starving right now.
And yesterday it was five trucks of aid that went in, not fit for purpose in this case.
No, that's a drop in the ocean. And let's be clear, those 5 trucks are just sat on the other side of the border right now. They've not reached the communities they need to reach. And, let me describe what is on those trucks. This is baby food, baby nutrition. There are 14,000 babies that will die in the next 48 hours unless we can reach them. This is not food that Hamas are going to steal. No, we run the risk of looting. We run the risks of being hit as part of the Israeli military offensive. We run all sorts of risks trying to get that baby food through to those mothers who cannot feed their children right now because they're malnourished.
You've spoken out already about the new Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, essentially the mechanism that Israel wants to bring in to distribute aid, to get it into the Strip and to get it to people once it's there. Humanitarian organisations and you say that what you have in place already works perfectly well. So when that UN aid is requested by this new distribution mechanism, you're left with a really difficult and delicate decision to make about whether to hand it over. What will you do?
We've got to keep.
Ooh, chat says something really important. Not feeding a population because you might accidentally feed a Hamas member is kind of insane, which is why, and this is really where I want people to hear me, so let's be very grounded in this and zoom out, which is why you feed your enemy. because you should have no enemies. You do not let children starve because an adult you don't like is in the room with that child. You feed the children. This is why Hassan, this is why me, this is why so many of us say everyone deserves basic healthcare, food, water, shelter, the basics. Your children deserve an education, even if you're a bigoted person, because your bigotry does not take away my humanity. You being a bad person does not need to make me a bad person. But the way we justify treating people badly because they've done bad without assuming this also makes us a bad person, no. And this is why I say, you know, killing civilian Palestinians in hopes to kill Hamas is like bombing an American mall trying to kill Nazis. It makes no sense. You cannot do this to people. You cannot do this to people.
On getting as much aid through our mechanism as we can. We can do this at scale. We did it during the ceasefire, 42 days, 600 trucks, 700 trucks, dwarfing anything they're talking about doing through this dodgy modality. We know how to do this. We can do it in line with humanitarian principles. And the world, the international community, the donors who provided that aid are very, very clear with us that this is the only way to do it. To go with the other modality would actually be to support the objectives of the military offensive and to further dehumanize and humiliate those civilians who badly need that aid.
You talked about the need to prevent genocide in Gaza, and obviously your use of that word as a member of the UN has attracted attention. Have you had any pushback about your, I presume, well-informed choice to use that word?
Well, I did pick my words very carefully in the Security Council and weighed with great thought and care what I should say. I felt that we needed to jolt the international community. We needed this wake-up call. People can see what's going on, but we as humanitarians, because we're on the ground, we've got the most informed view. We're there every day. And of course, this is a crisis that as journalists, you can't get in to cover. So we know what's going on, and I felt it was important.
And remember that Israel is killing journalists. Like, remember that Israel is killing journalists. They are the ones who can stop this genocide because they are the ones committing it.
To drive that home to the Security Council. You know, I'm not a lawyer. You know, it's for the lawyers and the politicians over time to decide what this has been. But I'm very conscious that with previous war crimes, Srebrenica, Rwanda, etc., we didn't move fast enough to call on the world to prevent it. And I'm doing everything I can to raise my voice and encourage others to raise their voice to prevent that.
Okay, now I saw this other video. This is Middle East Eye. I really like their channel. I'll go ahead and link that video, but I'm going to watch a secondary video with you guys today from that channel. I actually initially saw this on my TikTok because I see them on my TikTok all the time. But this is called Israel Destroys Palestinian Teens' Dream of Becoming a Gymnast. And I just need you to process that their children, just like your children, they have dreams. And whether their dreams are realistic, it doesn't matter. Kids are allowed to have dreams. Okay? So I just need you to process that information. This is my condition after the injury. I'm Ahmed, 16 years old. I live in Bet. Oops, I missed that part. Sorry. Let me see. I live in Bet Leha in the El Shama area. Since my brother and I were 7 years old. We've been dreaming of becoming gymnastic coaches. And I just need you to remind you guys, and I know you know this, but this is just in case somebody else sees this video that doesn't know. It's not just the deaths in Palestine that are devastating. It's the lasting wounds that people are going to have. It's the psychological damage. Gabor Mate talks about this. It's the physical damage. It's the long life disability that you have forced these kids to undergo and now have a lifelong struggle with because what? And this is Israel's doing. They wanted to become top-level gymnasts. So my brother encouraged me and told me there was a gymnastics club. Let's go sign up. We were excited and we registered. It says in the first, hold on, let me see here. We were excited and we registered in the first month, then in the second. By the way, killing it. These moves are killing it. We started getting used to gymnastics. Amazing. Look at them go. Learning how to flip and how to train. The coaches taught us everything. I'm so upset for them. I'm so upset for them. How many of these trick videos do we watch on YouTube? Millions of views. We love them. They're so fun. There are guys totally dedicated to just doing amazing flip jobs, and I love watching it happen. And here are these kids who have this dream, and boom, out, gone, disappeared. And why? When we get older and become advanced gymnasts, my brother Mohammed and I were taken by our coaches to major performances, big festivals, international events, even with foreigners and Christian organizations, to places like Gaza and Khan Yunis. The coaches really liked us, and because we had high morale and we were skilled at gymnastics, and because we're twins, on March 22nd, we received an evacuation order from the occupation forces to leave the area we were in. Sorry, let me turn up the volume a little bit. So my brother Mohammed, my uncle, my cousin, and I went to move our things. Suddenly, on the road, the Israelis fired a direct shell at us. My brother, my uncle, and my cousin were killed. As you can see, I lost both my legs.
زي ما انتم شايفين انا مبتور برجلي التنتين وبأربع أصابع بيدي
And 4 fingers on my left hand. Oh, to lose his brother.
الشمال. أنا من أول ما أجت القذيفة علي أنا قعدت زي هيك.
I sat like this and started reciting the Quran.
وقعدت أقرأ قرآن وقعدت أطلع.
I looked over at my brother Mohammed
أخوي وأقول له يا اقرأ.
and saw him in his final breaths.
أنفاسه الأخيرة وقعد وهو يكبر.
He was reciting the Quran, saying praise be to God.
ويقرأ قرآن فأجوا الشباب عليه.
Then the boys came and took us to rickshaw, in a rickshaw, from the site of the injury to the hospital and to intensive care.
حديت الإصابة لا المستشفى لا العناية وإحنا بنقرأ قرآن.
All while we recited the Quran.
أنا أهلي خبوا علي.
My family hid the news of my brother Mohammed's killing
يميت أخوي محمد 15
from me for 15 days.
يوم وما رضيش يقولوا لي عشان
They couldn't bring themselves to tell me because of how critical my condition was.
حالتي صعبة وكيف بدي
They didn't know how I'd cope with it.
أتقبل الموقف بال15 يوم.
During those 15 days, I kept asking my mom every day,
كل يوم وين محمد أخويا؟
where's Mohammed? How is he doing?
كيف محمد حالته؟ بقوا يقولوا لي محمد.
They'd say Mohammed has his eyes closed.
لقيت مغمض عينيه أنت مفتح عينيك وبتقدر.
You've got your eyes open, you can pray for him and you can talk.
تدعي له وتتكلم. بقول لهم
I told them, take me to him.
خدوني عليه أنا بدي أروح أعلم.
I want to boost his spirits
أنا وياته أشوفه أطمن عليه.
and see him and make sure he's all right.
بقوا يقولوا لي إن شاء الله.
They would say, God willing, my dear.
إن شاء الله يما بس.
Once things calm down and once Mohammed gets better.
تهدى الأمور بس محمد أخوك يتحسن. أنا لقيت حلم إنه.
My dream now is for the war to end.
تخلص الحرب.
For the borders to open so I can travel abroad to get prosthetic limbs.
المعابر وأطلع برا عشان أركب أطراف وأرجع غزة.
And return to Gaza, God willing.
إن شاء الله وأنا بمشي إن شاء
الله. And God willing, I'll walk again.
إن شاء الله يا رب وإن شاء الله.
And I'll go back to doing gymnastics.
إن شاء الله حمارس رياضة الجمباز وإن شاء الله حفتح نادي.
And God willing, I'll open a gymnastics club.
جمباز عشان أعلم الأولاد الصغار.
To teach young children and bring them joy and help them.
وأبسطهم وأسعدهم إن شاء الله.
God willing.
أنا قبل الإصابة بقيت.
Before the injury, I was a gymnastics champion.
بطل الجمباز أنا وأخوي محمد.
My brother Mohammed and I would go out every day
كل يوم نروح نلعب
to practice gymnastics somewhere by the sea.
بمكان مثلا على البحر بالنادي نروح نلعب
At the club, we'd always go to the
جمباز
train.
بس بسبب الاحتلال
But because of the
الجيت
occupation,
منعني عن
I lost my brother and I was deprived of my legs.
أخويا وحرمني من رجلي.
All right. That's the Middle East Eye. You can check out their YouTube channel. Okay. Girl, I'm just feeling it today. Okay. I will come back. I need a break. I'm gonna go back. And we're gonna cover Noah Samson's stream with Rashid because I think it's really important to talk about, but I can't do it like this. Listen to some music. I'll be right back and we'll talk about it, okay? Okay. Oof. All right, I'm back. All right. Thank you to Samantha Dragonati for supplying music. Links in the description. Okay. So, a few things. One, I noticed that Noah was no longer streaming, and I'm so confused about that. Do we know if Noah got banned? Why isn't he streaming right now? Did anybody else notice that? Let me go back to his channel and double check. Yeah, he's not streaming. What happened? He's been taking sleep breaks, so he's sleeping not on stream anymore, is what you're saying. Because like that's okay if he's taking sleep. He's been taking breaks to sleep off stream. It makes sense. You don't get the same amount of sleep. He really needs the sleep. Okay, good. So he'll be back. I was concerned that maybe he had gotten in trouble for this interview, though he shouldn't have gotten in trouble for it. It is interesting. And I think we should listen to it together. I've got it at 1.2 speed. There is going to be a translator. So if you guys don't know, do you remember Rashid was the gentleman who, Rashid Al-Haddad, he's the gentleman who everyone called like a Houthi pirate who wasn't a Houthi pirate. He was the kid that Hassan interviewed, and then Ethan and all these people went off saying he was a terrorist. And we did a research stream on it. I couldn't find any information backing he was a Houthi pirate. And a lot of people are very deeply confused about the fact that he was on one of the ships that the protesters and activists had commandeered. That ship is located in a place that is used by the locals as sort of a tourist spot now. So that's the only reason he was on those ships. And you can be upset, though I think you're wrong, about the way that people pursue activism in the name of liberation. And this is why on this channel we do explore activism through a philosophical lens. But this is a group of people, both Yemens and Palestinians, who have been subjected by the Zionist communities to be in the situation they're in. Yemen experienced one of the greatest famines of all time, hunger, unconceivable. Palestinians are now facing that same hunger issue right now. So we need to see that from this lens. Like we need to jump into this bubble and see it from that lens. You cannot look at this situation through an American lens because you will never be in this situation. Or at least not in this lifetime. Like, statistically, Americans just like are never going to be in this situation. And so you cannot see this situation through an American lens. You must view it from their bubble. You must see it from their perspective. You must put yourself in their shoes. Otherwise, you're going to lack the humanity to understand the complex part of being a person born in this bubble and how they're not having the same, like they are the same. They love the same. They bond the same. They have the same connections we do, but their circumstances make it so it's hard for us to fathom being in that position. But they are just like you. In the human way, they are just like you, right? It's just their circumstances are different. So Noah had him on the stream yesterday, and I thought it was a really cool conversation. Now, the way we're going to view the conversation is actually like this, because I need you to see, or actually, can I do this and have the stream on? Can I have the stream? No, I can't. The comment section does this really cool thing during the conversation, because there has to be a translator where they start translating word for word what Rashid says. But the translator Rashid has, nice guy, he can't, because it's hard. My partner translates for me to his parents because we live in Croatia. It's hard to translate word for word what people say because you forget. So what you translate is the feeling. And so what the translator is doing during this conversation is translating the gist of what Rashid is saying. But what the chat is doing is translating like word for word. And it's really cool. And the differences are, it's the translator does a good job. I don't want to, but it's cool to see what he's literally saying and how kind of honestly grown it is. So we're going to go ahead and watch it like this because I want to be able to read the chat out for you guys. I have it at 1.2 speed. Noah starts off the conversation very chill, asking about his life, his siblings. It feels a little slow and awkward for a bit. So I skipped to the part where he gets right into the part of the conversation that I really think we should talk about now. And once again, Noah's fundraiser is still happening. I'll go ahead and link the fundraiser in chat. Let me make sure I got the right link for you. Let me pull it up for you guys. It's a really easy website to donate through. You can do it anonymously or have your name up there. I, really recommend you guys check it out if you have a couple dollars to spare. It really does go a long way. Otherwise, even Rashid said later in this chat that the best thing you can do is just put out awareness. If you can't donate, that's totally fine. You can just push out with awareness. Okay, let's go ahead and check this out. Oh, nope, my reflex here.
I guess I want to switch gears a little and say, like, there's been a campaign online against you, calling you a terrorist and calling you, just essentially terrorist. How has this online campaign from these YouTubers or creators affected you in real life and personally?
هو قاعد يسألك عن في ناس كثير قاعدين يقولوا عليك إنك إرهابي وإنك
So this voice is the voice of the translator.
يعني يقولوا عنك إرهابي ويقولوا عنك يعني أشياء ما هي كويسة. هل هذه أثرت عليك؟
طبعا
ويتكلم عن مدى التأثير يعني.
طبعا اكيد يعني اثرت، يعني لانه الان انا واقف مع فلسطين يعني ومع الحق، اكيد يعني بتاثر باي شخص، وحتى الحسابات حقي انحظرت يعني لما وصفوني بالارهابي انحظرت كامل. وطبعا برد على خصوصا يعني بايثان كلاين، يعني ايثان كلاين انا اشوف انه يعني
we understand that.
يطلعوا يتكلم يقول انا ارهابي، او بس انا اتكلم الان واقول اني مواطن عادي، يعني لا انتمي الى اي حزب، فقط واقف مع فلسطين يعني كاي شخص مسلم واقف الى جانب فلسطين. ويعني بخصوص ما ينشره ايثان كلاين هذا يطلع امام الكاميرا فقط اي كلام، يتكلم من الكيبورد يعني عادي، عنده اهم شيء المال فقط، يعني يمكن حتى لو ابنه بيبيعه عشان المال فقط، ولا يعرف ايش الحقيقه او ايش الحق، يعني حتى انه مش سياسي.
So the chat is laughing. The chat is laughing, one, because Ethan Klein was mentioned, but two, a lot of them speak Arabic, and though there's different dialects, like the translator and him speak different dialects, there's still like there's people understanding, which was pretty fun to watch this live.
يتكلم الادمي من الكيبورد. وباقي موضوع يعني حتى انه قال اني اكره
and I bet a lot of us understand what he's saying right here.
واني معادي للساميه، هذا غلط. طبعا احنا ما نكره اي يهودي، يعني احنا فقط نكره الصهاينه اللي نوصفهم بالصهاينه فهم.
So he's saying Ethan only cares about money. He's saying Ethan is the keyboard warrior.
اللي يقصفوا الاطفال في غزه ويقتلوا الاطفال
Of course it affected me. I'm standing with Palestine and oppressed. They call me a terrorist like this guy Ethan Klein. I'm just a Yemeni standing with Palestine like many in the region that Ethan. And so I'm reading from the text on the chat of people translating.
في غزه. اما اللي نقول له يهودي فهو يعني الشخص اللي باقي منه ذره كرامه وباقي منه رحمه، يعني ويعرف ايش الابرياء ويعرف انه قصف الابرياء غلط. ولكن ايثان كلاين يعني وغيره يعني في ضباب الكترونيه كثير تخلط بينهم، يعني تخلط بين اللي نسميه يهودي واللي نسميه صهيوني، لكن احنا نفرق بينهم.
Okay, I think you got some part of this. So what he's saying is okay. What he's saying is after that he some of his account got blocked, so that's why he created he create another account. So a lot of his account get blocked. And he's explaining his position. His position is, I'm not member of any party. I'm not member of anything. I am,
And what's cool is like, in case anyone's like, oh, what if he's not translating correctly? Even the chat had said that. The chat said he's saying he's not part of a political party. He's staying with Palestine. He's standing with Yemen. He's not here to be like a political token or something. He's here standing for civilians. So the chat is also translating even before the translator gets to it. So there's like multiple sources confirming like what he's saying, which is kind of nice.
Just normal Yemeni Muslim. I think standing with the true or the right side. This is my position. As for what he's saying about Ethan Klein, his
chat says he doesn't hate Jews, he hates Zionists. He said that they sometimes mix up the word Zionists and Jews, but he is making the differentiation between them.
Saying this man doesn't understand politics. This man doesn't understand. He will say anything. I think he's doing this for money and nothing more. That's what he's saying.
Rashid is such a teenager. You can just tell this kid's on the internet, bro. He's all, look at this Gen Z heart, bro. Look at this Gen Z. Oh, no, this is millennial heart, right? This is how millennials do it. But this is, I think, how Gen Z does it. He's like sitting out. He's like, Ethan Klein does it just for money. Tee-hee.
I agree.
He also said some comment, but I don't want to translate it. But
so chat says the comment he won't translate is that Ethan Klein would sell his baby if it would make him money. Which, it's hyperbolic. I think Ethan really loves his kids, but he's trying to say that Ethan is so money hungry that he'll even, because look, in some ways it would be better almost that Ethan was a grifter, but instead is that Ethan is so blinded by his corrupted sense of justice that that he's willing to throw Palestinians under the bus just to push Zionist talking points, right? And that's what I'm trying to say, is that we can be very nuanced and we can have a very serious conversation. I think Ethan Klein is delusional, and he not in the medical way, and the can't think past his fucking 2 inches in front of his face. Like, he's so stupid, he's so uneducated, but he thinks he's right because he's buying into the propaganda, right? Yeah, it's all about his ego. Exactly, chat.
That's about it. He's also saying he's a keyboard warrior, and he's saying there is some in Arabic. It's translated to electronic flies. You know,
Yeah.
a lot of bots and a lot of electronic accounts, fake electronic accounts, and stuff like this. He's saying with every accusation from Ethan, he will have a lot of these accounts.
Got it. Okay. Are IDF soldiers terrorists, and is Hila Klein a terrorist?
Damn, Noah. Damn.
طيب هو يقول لك عناصر الجيش الإسرائيلي هل أنت شايفهم إرهابيين؟ وزوجة
طبعاً،
إيثان
يعني
هل هي إرهابية في وجهة نظرك؟
طبعا اكيد ارهابيه، لانها بتشجع اي شخص يشجع ما تفعله اسرائيل بيكون ارهابي. بس الان هم يسووا العكس، الان اي شخص ضد الاباده الجماعيه او ضد ما تفعله اسرائيل بالقصف وتقصف الابرياء بيكون الشخص هو الارهابي اللي يوصفه، يعني عكسوها بس.
Okay, he's saying she's a terrorist, and anybody who like bombs civilians and innocent people and kids and women is a terrorist. And he's saying a lot of Zionists flip the script. It's like anybody defending civilian is the terrorist, and everybody not defending civilian and encouraging terrorism is not terrorist. So he's saying like this is backward, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. I wasn't able to feature it on my last pod about Theo Von because I got copyrighted for it, so I took it out. But there was a scene from Louis Theroux. Is that his name? We should watch his documentary on the Discord. But because it's like free on the BBC. But so I can't watch it on stream because I get copyrighted, but we can watch it on the Discord. So when he went for the Settlers documentary in 2025, he talked to that very racist woman. The one I might have featured her for a second in my pod saying like the Arabs. That lady, she said she feels like there is no occupational force violence. She feels like the Arabs aggravate the Zionists fight back, and then the camera looks like they started it, but it's actually the opposite that's happening. And so that's the thing. It's not like it's perfect one-to-one, but generally speaking, it is the Zionists causing problems and escalating, right? Like they have to understand that if you see a bunch of teenage kids throwing rocks at your armored tanks or at the fence that separates you, you are escalating by arresting those kids because you're not giving them the right to be a person in that situation. You are escalating when you come into neighborhoods and escalate the situation. Like you are the ones with the guns and the tanks. Because regular humans, like regular us, we get into spats, we get into fights, we get into like, you know what I mean? But that's why police officers are so bad at their job, because they're not trained to de-escalate. They're trained to escalate. And that's why we need people in uniform to be, educated better. We need them to actually want to de-escalate the situation. Yeah, it's a power dynamic too. Exactly. It's the power dynamic. Exactly, chat. It's the idea that like, hey, you're the ones who are actually scary. We're the ones who are just existing, and we're like hardly scary in comparison. And so that's what's so scary about being a civilian compared to a non-civilian, is the civilian should have more rights and they don't. The way that it's set up is to offer the civilians more right. That's why it's supposed to be a war crime to bomb a hospital. And yet nothing is happening as a consequence to Israel for bombing a hospital after hospital. So in reality, like civilians are nothing. They obviously don't care about them.
Also, something I didn't translate in the last question. He made distinction between Yehudi is what it's Jewish, and Sahioni is Zionist. He's saying these are two different things. People should distinguish the difference between these things. In the last question, not this question.
Yeah. To ask on that one, what does it feel like for them to try to frame you as an anti-Semite, as being against Jews rather than being against Zionists and Israel?
Great question.
اوكي هو قاعد يسالك ان هم لما يصنفوك معادي للساميه ويقولوا انك انت ضد اليهود، ما انت ضد اسرائيل او الصهيونيين. هو حابب يشوف رايك وردك في الموضوع.
طبعا يعني ما اهتم لهم. انا عارف اني واقف مع الحق، فما اهتم. حتى اذا وصفوني ارهابي انا عارف اني مع الحق يعني، ومع ضد ما تفعله اسرائيل، ضد ما يفعله الصهاينه. اما زي ما قلت انت وضحت له اني قلت اليهودي اللي نسميه يهودي، احنا هذاك الشخص اللي واقف مع فلسطين، اللي الان يطلع ويرفع علم فلسطين وضد الاباده الجماعيه. اما اللي نوصفه صهيوني فهو شخص خلاص يعني مجرم، مشارك بكل الحرب اللي يحصل على اخواننا في فلسطين يعني، ومع اسرائيل يعني، بيشجع اسرائيل كل شيء انها تضرب، انها تقصف. وهذول الاشخاص كلهم على خطا واحنا نسميهم.
So Chad is starting to translate it, and they're starting to say that he is saying that, you know, he stands with the truth. He knows he's correct. He's on the right side of history. That ultimately what people say about him doesn't matter because he knows he's on the right side of history.
صهاينه.
Okay. As I said, he's describing the difference between Zionist and Jewish. He's saying anybody encouraging violence on our Palestinian system is Zionist, and he's wrong, on the wrong side of history. I am on the right side. I don't care what they say about me.
So Chad translate it literally. I don't care if they call me a terrorist. I'm with justice. They can call me anything. Jews are with us with Palestine. Zionists are with Israel, and they are wrong in who we are against.
Because I'm on the right side of history.
Oh, Chad says I am the translator. Ahmed in my chat. You did a great job. If that is really you, you did a great job. I thought you did a great job translating.
And as I said before, he's describing the difference between a Jewish person and a Zionist person. He said a lot of Jewish people are protesting for Palestine and doing a lot of activism around the issue of Palestine. So there is a big difference between the two things. What he's saying is, I don't care what they say because I know I'm right.
Which is the point that I think we should pay attention to, is that it is about being on the right side of history. And history is it's written by the victors. And that's why we should be cautious about the way people write history. We're already deconstructing our own historical context, our own history as Americans and as like the Americas. And we're already having to we already have to face ourselves with the way that we genocided the indigenous people, both Canadians and US citizens, right? Like, we have done really horrible things to indigenous cultures. And so this is just another repeat of that cycle. And that's why it is about being on the right side of history. And we are going to, in 100 years, they are going to look back on us and say, like, how did you guys do this? In the same way we look back and think, like, why did we let Hitler get away with it for so long? The same way we're letting Israel get away with it now. It's because we don't want to believe we're living at a time where these things are happening. And so we like cut ourselves off from it, from the reality that humans are doing this to each other. But it really is happening, you know?
Where that solidarity with Palestine, where does that come from for him? Or for you, sorry. I'm supposed to be talking to him.
Okay.
Which is a really funny catch from Noah. I saw this last night, so I'm watching it again with you guys. By the way, Bad Empanada is in chat, which is going to be so funny later. Bad Empanada is in chat saying, he's just like me. Which is going to be so funny later. But Bad Empanada is in the chat, just like giving Rashid so much love, you know. Ahmed in my chat says, I don't translate professionally, so a lot of things are bound to slip. Absolutely. And like I said, my husband translates for me between his family and the people here in Croatia. And like things get lost in translation. It's just normal. It is what it is. I mean, I talk 100 words a minute. It would be hard for him to translate every single word that I say when I say it. So again, the translation is going to be as close to the message as possible. And people in the chat, in Noah's chat, were saying you did a great job. They were saying that the translation was really, really good. We're just reading the comments out to add more context, of course.
هو بيسألك يقول لك من وين التعاطف مع فلسطين، من وين جاء؟ أو إيش اللي يشجعك تتعاطف مع فلسطين؟
طبعا اكيد بنوقف مع فلسطين لانه احنا نشوف يعني شفنا.
Hold on, Chat said, oh my god, you love Bad Empanada now, yay. I didn't say I like him. He is a man after all. You know what I mean? I didn't say I like him. I said I don't hate him. But you know, what does like even mean? You know what I mean? It's not like I watch his content, you know, but you can like him if you want. You know what I mean? You know, You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying I don't like him. I'm saying I don't watch him, which I think is important. I don't watch him. I just not the vibe. You know, we don't have the same vibe. What can I say? I'm a girly and I'm a gay. It's just not the same vibe.
الأطفال شفنا الأطفال كيف يحصل فيهم في فلسطين، شفنا القصف اللي يقصفوا على الأبرياء، يعني قصف عشوائي. إسرائيل بس قصف.
I thought maybe I should do a stream called Watching Bad Empanada Until I Like Him. And watch, it takes one video and I'm like, ah, okay. You know what I mean?
عشوائي. إسرائيل لو كانت تريد يعني لو كانت تقف ضد الإبادة الجماعية ما كانت فعلت القصف اللي سوته كله. طبعا يعني في مواضيع كثير ايش يتكلم، يعني الحرب الان اللي فعلوا على اليمن، الان اليمن وقفت ضد اسرائيل بتقول لها وقفي الحرب عن فلسطين فقط. اليمن يعني ما تحب انها تكون في الحرب، يعني تحارب وتقاتل الناس من ما شافت قتلته. اليمن بس تقول لهم ارفعوا الحصار عن فلسطين واحنا بنتوقف عن ضربكم فقط، وفلسطين بتقول ارفعوا الحصار عن فلسطين وقفوا عدوانكم على فلسطين. ولكن اسرائيل يعني تحاول انها تطرد الشعب الفلسطيني كامل من فلسطين وتقتل الطفل والكبير المسن، اي شخص يعني تشوفه.
It's also funny because I grew up with my parents speaking Arabic too, though they mostly speak Sudeth in the home. So it's interesting how you pick up on words after hearing language for so long and yet can't pick up the language. You know, my dad can write and read Arabic. My mom speaks Arabic a little bit, but it's mostly my uncles and the men of the family that can speak Arabic and Sudeth more fluently. But my mom speaks Sudeth in English. And like, it is interesting, like hearing words like, there are just words that stand out to you. And that's what I'm learning being here in Croatia, that words are starting to make sense to me. Like I'm starting to understand them. But man, I really suck with languages. So it is kind of amazing when people can translate and speak multiple languages. And like, even like my partner says, like it takes a second for their brain to really process what the translation is. And sometimes they'll even speak to me in Croatian and I'll look at them and they won't process that they're speaking to me in English or a Croatian, just because like your brain has to take a second. Or my mom, she says she dreams in Sudeth. She dreams in a different language, and she thinks in Sudeth and in English, but mostly in Sudeth, which is kind of interesting to think of, right? Okay. Wait, I thought of something. Oh, Bad Empanada, FD signifier on Michael Burns said, Bad Empanada. Wait, I'm paraphrasing. I'm going to butcher it. He said something like, Bad Empanada. I talk about translation. I'm going to say it wrong, but something like Bad Empanada is like the kid brother who makes a lot of good points, but in a really messy way. But if you just put his points down, they make sense. But he's kind of like, and so I kind of think that's probably accurate. I'm paraphrasing very poorly what he said, but that was the gist of what I remember.
فلسطيني بتقتله شوهوا الإسلام.
Okay, he's describing what he's saying is the IDF or the Israeli military is targeting anything. It's targeting anyone. There is no like a method or any particular clear target of what they are doing. There is like random bombing. There is random targeting. They target everyone. The majority.
So example of what the chat is. Chad is saying Yemen doesn't want to be involved in the war. We're just saying to stop the blockade and we'll stop the other stuff. And that's what the translator is saying. I think this is the part that people are forgetting. And this is what Americans, I'm trying to make you understand. There's an idea that Palestinians and people from Yemen or whoever, refugees in general, don't want to go back to their countries. That they're using their refugee status as a sneaky way to live in Paris or a sneaky way to live in the UK. And I don't know how to tell you all this, but imagine that you were at home, you had a whole life, and it was destroyed. Would you not want to go back to that place? Like, would you not want to go back to that place? I don't understand how you don't understand that these people want to go back to the home they know. They don't want to live in New York City. Like maybe one or two of them, which have naturally wanted to immigrate, but they don't want to live in New York City. They want to live in their house. You know? They want to live in their house. And so I think that's the problem people are forgetting. It's like America teaches us, even though we're a country of immigrants, even though my parents are immigrants, my parents too. You know what my mom said? So when my parents still haven't met my partner, right? Like we're almost married 2 years. It is what it is. Hey, what do you do? Parents are, you know. Anyways, I remember when I first told my parents, I'm getting married. I found somebody. I like them. We're going to do life together. And my mom was like, well, what if they're using you to get a green card to come to America? And my dad laughed and he's like, why would they want to leave Croatia for America? And my mom was like, well, I don't know. And I was like, why would they want to leave universal health care, livable wages for the most part, fingers crossed. I'm sorry for local Croatians that are suffering. And why would they want to leave their family and everything they know for America? And my mom's like, well, I don't know. People want to come here. And I was like, not that badly, girl. Not everybody want to come there. Okay. Some people want to come there. Not everybody want to come there. And so even my dad was like, that's no, like, no. And by the way, we didn't go for a green card status. We didn't try to go to America because they made it too difficult and too expensive. But obviously not. So again, this idea, remember that people are judging these people because they're saying like I was talking to one of my brothers who's more like centristy. And, you know, it's interesting when you talk to family about these subjects, you try to figure out how to push and pull. And I was talking to one of my brothers. He sent me a meme about college girls, you know, 10 minutes after going to college, this is what they're like now. And we send each other different memes about our bubbles. It's like very, you know, I send him like anti, you know, centrist or conservative stuff. He sends me like, we send each other a lot of funny memes. And I told him, I was like, oh, shout out like Free Palestine. I just donated. I'm trying to participate. I'm doing streams about it. Da, da, da. And he was like, oh yeah, it's really sad what's happening there. It just like really sucks that, both sides are killing civilians. And I was like, well, and like, I get him because I also bought into that rhetoric like a lot more until I read the books and I kind of got more into the bubble and I was like, oh, I'm getting it. Like before I was more informed, I didn't quite understand how uneven it was, how like truly victimized the Palestinian people were being. Like it's not even close to 50-50, but the narrative Americans feed, the history we learn is that it's like a 50-50 split, that Israel is as wounded and victimized as like the Palestinians. And so I was telling my brother, like, yeah, it's pretty bad out here. And I was like, just talking to him briefly about it, but it's, you know, it's one of those things where you have like who's Theo Von, who will say like, hey, I think it's a genocide. And then the next day go hang out with Trump. That's kind of like what it's like to be with my brothers. Not all of them, of course, because I have 8 brothers. But the ones who are like that, they're the guys who are like, oh, I love Theo Von. It's cool to see him stand up for Palestinians. Also, I would totally hang out with Trump. It's like, yeah, like that's the disconnect we're all having as people. It's never going to be perfect. But before we can even talk about the politics of the region, we first have to stop a genocide. Like people are dying. And like, that's the point. We can't talk about politics if everyone's dead. Which, by the way, is kind of the point. That's kind of what they're hoping to do. Who will be there to fight for Palestine if everyone's dead?
Of their target are like women and children. So what he's saying is, you know, it's there is no clear reason. Then he talked about Yemen. He's saying Yemen is being bombed right now because they are saying just stop the forcible immigration and the genocide in Gaza. So as soon as they stop that, Yemen will not be threat to Israel. But they are so stubborn and they want to kill the Palestinian so much they are willing to fight Yemen on this.
Are you why is it that when you try to talk about that or when you say Israel is killing civilians, social media restricts you or the media wants to silence you for that?
اوكي هو يسألك لما تتكلم عن موضوع فلسطين السوشيال ميديا تبدأ تقفل عليك او تقفل حسابك او كذا.
اكيد
ايش السبب؟
طبعا الحسابات يعني كثير يعني حظر نهائي، يعني حتى انه لما افتح حساب جديد يعني يجلس معي اسبوع اسبوعين، اول ما يبدا يطلع المتابعين يطلع حظر على طول، ولكن ما توقفت عادي بنشئ حتى 1000 حساب. مع فلسطين مليون حساب عادي ما في مشكله.
He's saying he as soon as he create account and start getting following, he will get permanently banned. He said like he uses so much account to he created so much account because of this issue. But he's saying he doesn't care. He will create 1,000 accounts, no issue.
You know what's so frustrating about this? I've been really thinking about this because I don't know if you guys heard the news about David Pakman pulling out of an event with Stephen Bonnell, Destiny. There's some... I'm not a big fan of David Pakman's centrist kind of politics. He calls himself a progressive, but like... Okay, but some people were basically saying like, oh, he shouldn't have pulled out. That was really shitty. He signed a contract, whatever. Pay the fee and get out of the event. You shouldn't be standing next to a sexual predator. But you know what's crazy? is that that sexual predator gets to have an online standing, gets to be on the internet. Literally, convicted rapists get to have social media accounts. But Rashid can't. Put that together for me. How can sexual predators not only be president, okay, sexual predators get to have YouTube channels, but Rashid can't have a social media presence because the internet decided to call him a terrorist when he wasn't one? Like, make it make sense. And that's the part that's so frustrating to me about the world and social media and the fact that this is happening to him. We need somebody in charge of those social media accounts to give him an account that isn't going to get banned. And like, that's the thing that I think is so frustrating. You know what I mean? So it's interesting that all these people who make a living in politics say the most horrible things, you know, do the most horrible things to people, are still allowed to have social media accounts, but he can't. Why? Isn't that kind of crazy? I wonder what political game is being played. What countries could maybe be facilitating the deplatforming of this boy?
His goal is advocate for Palestinian.
True, chat. Chat says rapists don't threaten power. Hey, if anything, rapists rise to power in America.
Just want to say, I noticed when people have been attacking you, one thing they always leave out is the advocacy for Palestine. They focus on things you say and to misconstrue them, but everything you've ever said about on social media is about Palestine, but they choose to ignore it. And that seems unfair.
اوكي، هو قاعد يقول ان دائما انت لما تتكلم عن اي شيء يتعلق بفلسطين او اغلب كلامك يكون عن اشياء تتعلق بفلسطين، بس مع كذا ما حد يتكلم لما يجون يتكلمون عنك ما يتكلمون عن موضوع فلسطين، يحاولون يدورون اي شيء ثاني عشان يهاجموك فيه. مع ان كلامك في موضوع فلسطين هو عارف انه، يعني هو يقول لك انا عارف انه صح، وبصراحه هو شايف انه انت تعامل بشكل غير عادل يعني.
اكيد طبعا. انا لما اجي اتكلم مع فلسطين يعني بيكون اول شيء بيحضروا الحساب، ثاني شيء في ضباب الكترونيه كثير، يعني ما تتكلم عن موضوع فلسطين يدخلوا في موضوع ثاني، موضوع سفينه، موضوع قرصان، يعني الموضوع واضح. يعني انا اجي اتكلم واقول وقفوا العدوان عن فلسطين، يعني انا اوصل رساله، بس يعني في ناس كثير يعني مثلي واقفه مع فلسطين وتحاول انها توصل رسائل، بس انا مثل ما تقول اوصل رساله نيابه عن 100,000 شخص، 120,000 شخص، 5,000 شخص. يعني اهم شيء ان الموضوع يوصل لهم ويتذكروا ويعرفون ان احنا مساندين اخواننا في فلسطين وما نسيناهم، حتى رغم كل الظروف في اليمن نحن معاهم واقفين معاهم وما نهتمش في الناس. اي شخص ما اهتم مع فلسطين الله يعني حسابه عند الله، احنا ما بنحاسبه او نقول له لازم توقف مع فلسطين سوي. الموضوع واضح جدا، يعني بيشوفوا ايش يحصل لاخواننا في فلسطين، يعني لو يسووا يوقفوا معاهم، يعني لو ارادوا ان يوقفوا معاهم كانوا وقفوا، لانهم عارفين ان الابرياء في فلسطين كثير، لكن الان يخافوا. يعني حتى في ناس اذا تكلموا، يعني في دول ثانيه، دول عربيه، اذا تكلموا وقاموا مع فلسطين بيدخلوهم السجن على طول. كل هذا الذي بيتحالفوا مع ترامب.
Someone translated, yes, when I talk about Palestine, they close my accounts, they smear, target me, terrorist or whatever. All I say is to send the message that we are Palestine and give solidarity, which is like the point. It's interesting how they silence activism. That's why I say terrorist is a political tool for oppressors to use it against their enemies. Yes, there is such a thing as a terrorist, but be careful who they dub a terrorist. Be careful who they call a terrorist, because you cannot trust these people to decide who's a terrorist when they themselves refuse to own the word for the things that they have done to civilians. And this is why I've said this since day one, and people were arguing in my comment sections, okay? These centrist YouTubers were arguing with me that be careful who gets called a terrorist. Because it could be you one day if the government decides they don't like you enough because you've said that you don't like something they're doing, which, by the way, the government's supposed to work for us. Can you imagine being called a terrorist because you said genocide bad? Because that's what's happening.
ترامب راس المصايب، ترامب الذي باي يحنب اليهود، يعني ترامب يودي اليهود الى التهلكه، خلى الناس تكره اليهود. في ناس كثير كرهت اليهود، يعني خلطت بين اليهود والصهاينه، لكن باقي ناس فاهمه الموضوع ان الصهاينه معروفين واليهود اللي نسميهم يهود حطيناهم في جنب ثاني.
Okay. Okay. He's confirming what you said is attacks on him always never discuss the point of Palestine. It's always about the ship. It's about the captain. It's about stuff like this. They never discuss the core of the issue. Is what
because it's a It's like if we went to Hitler and said, "Hey, are you genociding like disabled people, trans people, the Jews? Are you like killing people?" And they're like they distract you with something else like yeah, but did you know these people weren't complying with police officers when they came to their front doors? So like, you know how it is. We got to do what we got to do. It's like, what does that have to do with anything? Like, are you saying I have to comply with police officers? Like, and this is the irony of when conservatives say they would hide a Jew from a Nazi. Because you know what you're saying, right? You're saying if a person in uniform came to your front door, you would cause an issue to an extent. Because you know when people have issues and run-ins with the cops and they like fight back or like a little sassy and people are like, hey, don't escalate, don't treat this way. Like you have to comply with the police officer. How do you think you comply with Nazis? Like, what do you think that means? And so some people don't understand that, like, you can tell yourself you'd be the hero. You can tell yourself you would hide the Jew. But how are you going to hide a Jewish family in your basement if you're also complying with the police and doing what they tell you to do? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, people go, well, if you have nothing to hide, it shouldn't matter. If you have nothing to hide, you should show them what's in your basement. Yeah, but I kind of got a whole family I'm hiding, bro. You say you would hide that's why it's so dangerous to also do this whole like, well, I didn't do anything wrong. I have nothing to hide. Even if you don't have anything to hide, you shouldn't allow people in your house, in your basements. And again, I understand why people want to think they'd be the hero, but the world is giving you an opportunity and you're not doing it. So all that matters to me is that your talk is cheap. Actions speak louder than words. Period.
It's Palestine. He also said the last part about Trump. He's saying Trump is creating more heat for Jews because everyone will think this is the Jews, but this is not for the Jews. This is for Zionists. And Zionists.
What a great fucking point. What a great fucking point. That ironically enough, if you conflate the word Zionist with Jew, now you are making the world think that Jews want to massacre the world when it's not. It's Zionists. Or Jews want to take over people's lands. It's not Jews. It's Zionists. You are giving the Jews a bad rap. You are making people more anti-Semitic. And just a reminder, I'm a Semite and I'm not a Jew. Palestinians are Semites and they might not be Jewish. They're not Jewish. They're Palestinian. So like anti-Semitism isn't just for Jews. But the way we conflate it, the way we allow, you know, Jew and Zionist to be conflated, like Ethan Klein is doing, thank you, chat, you're making the Jews look bad, bro. Stop doing this. Jewish people deserve a safe place to live, but not because they're Jewish, but because they're human. We deserve a safe place to live, not because anyone is anything, but because we're people.
Zionists are not the Jews. Jews is something, and Zionists are different things.
I have two questions. The first one is it possible to stand with Palestine while only attacking the resistance, like what's happening in Yemen in the Red Sea, or what's happening in Lebanon or in Gaza, resistance fighters? Are you, what's the word, I guess? Is there a contradiction there? People who only attack and say it's terrorists, can they also say they support Palestine?
اوكي هو يسألك يقول لك هل ممكن واحد يدعم فلسطين بس في نفس الوقت قاعد يهاجم كل الناس اللي اي مقاومه لاسرائيل، يعني اي يهاجم حزب الله في لبنان، يهاجم حماس ويهاجم انصار الله، بس في الاخير يقول انه يدعم فلسطين. هل تشوف ان هذا شيء صح او هل هذا شيء منطقي بالنسبه لك؟
لا طبعا هذا مش شيء منطقي. يعني لما يتكلم عن انصار الله في اليمن طبعا هم يمنيين يعني، ولما يجي يتكلم انه يهاجم يعني حزب الله او يهاجم المقاومه في حماس ويقول انه واقف مع فلسطين، هذا كذاب. لانه هؤلاء الاطراف كلهم يعني هذا هو الاطراف اللي يتكلم عنهم الان، حماس وانصار الله في اليمن، واقفين الى جانب فلسطين. يعني كان بيتحالف معهم، لو صدق يدعم فلسطين كان بيتحالف مع انصار الله في اليمن، كان بيتحالف مع المقاومه في حماس، كان بيتحالف.
Oh, Chad is saying anti-Semitism as a word was invented by the Nazis as a way of saying that European Jews were Semites when they aren't, but Semitic Jews were seen as dirty, so it was a way to make them seem more foreign. Interesting.
مع حزب الله.
He's saying it doesn't make any sense because these people are resisting what Israel is doing. So it doesn't make any sense. If you are attacking, anybody supporting Palestine.
So if you didn't understand the question, like he's basically, I think from my understanding, because I think the question was a little hard for me to understand too. I think Noah was asking him about like Ethan Klein going for Palestinian content creators or being critical of pro-Palestinian people and how that impacts the movement as a whole, right? I think that was the question.
Who do you need to support? Who should be attacking Israel? This is what he's saying. It doesn't make any sense for him, at least.
When you see people online, people like Ethan Klein, making these videos and talking about you, even though, like you said, and I agree, they don't.
Yeah, Chet says, I think he was asking, can you be pro-Palestine if your main output is criticizing the resistance? Exactly. Thank you. You said it more poetic than I did. Thank you.
Care about this issue. What does that feel like as someone that does care about this issue and someone that does understand what's happening in Gaza better than most people in the world?
اوكي هو قاعد يسألك يقول لك لما ايثن يهاجمك مثلا بالنسبه طبعا هو قاعد يهاجمك هو ما هو مهتم بالوضع في فلسطين ما هو مهتم مع انه يقول احيانا انه هو مهتم بس هو فعليا ما هو مهتم لما تشوف واحد زي كذا يهاجمك وش تحس فيه هذا اول شيء الشيء الثاني انه هو يعني can you repeat the question because I forgot part of it
Yes, what does it feel like to see people who don't care about this issue attacking you when you do care about it and it's so important to you and you understand it better than anyone in the world? Like when people try to smear you and say things about you that aren't true.
This is okay. I'm just going to point this out. Being a translator is so hard because like from my limited understanding now with my family and stuff, because I couldn't speak any of the languages growing up, so people would have to translate for me too. Noah's saying so many words. Like he's saying so many words. And so like the translator has to remember what he said, switch it to Arabic, send it to Rashid. Rashid has to process it and then it has to go back. It's like eventually it becomes a game of telephone, which is so normal. Like it's very normal and it's okay. But like it was watching this last night, I was like, Noah, like the question is so long, but it's so human. They all did a great job. Everybody did a great job.
Yes. What's the way I want
Ahmed in chat says, yes, exactly.
to say this? Like, could they ever understand at all what you're going through, or is it just that's not the right word. Give me a second.
Do you think they understand what
like how insignificant is it in comparison compared to what you care about Palestine, about freeing Palestine, everything that's going on the internet, with everyone, you know.
Yeah, Ahmed says the answer is long as well. It is so hard because I'm sure both of these people have so much they want to say, and then they have to, just having the translator is so difficult, but also like that's what is interesting about being a person, because I was thinking about this earlier in terms of like dating people or really understanding people. And I think this is why America has so much misinformation about the Arab communities, about Arabic speaking people, is like they have such a bad relation. I noticed, there's a part in the stream, remind me when it comes up, but where Ahmed, the translator, and Rashid, who's being interviewed, they're talking and the chat thinks they sound angry. And I'm like, nah, that's just Arabic, bro. Because like my family and my best friend growing up, Lebanese, when they would talk, everybody was like, they sound angry. They don't sound angry. You're just sensitive. It's literally just the sound of the language, which is interesting because anger is so misconstrued. You know how like I'm autistic, you're autistic. Okay. We say autistic people aren't good at tonality. Nobody's good at tonality. If you hear a language and think people are angry, like people mistake my passion for anger. I'm not angry just because I'm passionate, you know? And so that's the problem, is like, that's that stereotype of Britney's so angry. Oh, Britney's so angry. Listen to me. Just because I'm not soft-spoken doesn't mean I'm angry. And I think that's the problem. That's why there's so much misinformation in the world, because people aren't good at translating the tone of different languages or body language, and they automatically assume it's something that it isn't. So they have a bad relationship with people because of it. That's on you, though. You have to deconstruct, why do I think this person is angry because they're loud? Why do I associate loudness with anger? You never seen a quiet, angry person? I've seen a lot of quiet, angry people.
Talking about him or talking about Hassan, for example, does any of this matter?
اوكي هو قاعد يسألك يقول لك ايش رأيك في الناس اللي اللي تهاجمك او تهاجم حسن، انت عارف حسن صح اللي سويت معه لقاء؟
اكيد يس نعم.
اوكي ايوه، الناس اللي تهاجمك او تهاجم حسن او تهاجم اي احد عشان موضوع فلسطين، مع انه انت عارف عن موضوع فلسطين اكثر من اغلب الناس هذه، يعني اغلب الناس هذه هي قاعده تتكلم في الموضوع بس ما هي عارفه، انت عارفه اكثر من الناس هذه. فهو يقول لك يعني بالنسبه لك هل تشوف هذا شيء صغير، ولا يعني ايش حجم الشيء هذا بالنسبه لك يعني؟
طبعا اي شخص يعني ايثان كلاين او اي شخص انتقدني اني واقف الى جانب فلسطين، او انتقد ايش اسمه حسن، يعني فهذا شخص غلط في غلط، لان هذا الشخص الان بيلوث عقول ناس كثير. يعني اذا باقي شخص او انسان واقف الى جانب فلسطين او واقف ضد الاباده الجماعيه، هذا ايثان كلاين او غيره يجي الان يلوث عقول هذه الناس، لانهم اولاد ذباب الكترونيه، يعني جالسين في البيت ياكلوا ويشربوا يتفرجوا الافلام يتفرجوا الاشياء حب رومانسيه، يعني ما يعرفوا ايش معنى الله وايش معنى الحق وايش معنى فلسطين وايش معنى الابرياء. يعني الابرياء هناك يموتوا هؤلاء مش عارفين كلهم، يعني اهم شيء انه يدخل يعلق ايش ما كان الموضوع، يدخل يعلق وخلاص، مش فاهم الموضوع ولا فاهم الحرب ولا فاهم اي شيء.
Okay. He's saying like a lot of people criticizing him like and Hassan don't understand what is anything, and even they comment on a lot of things they don't understand, not only in this issue, other issues as well. So he's saying these people want to say anything about anything just to have an opinion. That's one thing. The other thing he's saying, these people are spreading a lot of misinformation and dangerous information about this. This is one of his issues with people like this, because with the spreading of these misinformation, it will be some people will believe it and will not look for the right information regarding anything they say. They will take his authority and run with it. And what he's saying, this is dangerous.
Do you see
Okay, wait. Do you remember the time on YouTube, like this would have been like 2010. This would have been when Cat Black was making educational content-ish. Do you remember when people would come online and actually just like educate people? I got to go back to it, girl. I think that's what we're going to do in a big way, is go back and actually like give people the information. And not in like a I told you so, you're stupid way, but in a, hey, in case you didn't know, I know this misinformation is going around the internet. I just want to let you know that it is misinformation. If somebody has better information, let me know. Because there is so much misinformation. And these men are so arrogant about the way they're spreading it. Ethan is so arrogant about the way that he's spreading this misinformation. And it's killing people. It's literally killing people. And like, this is why it is so painful, I think, for some people to like sit here and go, oh my God, you're so wrong. And it's really going to hurt people. It's like genuinely going to have huge consequences. And I do kind of miss that era on YouTube where people would make content like, what is an asexual person? And like, we kind of need that to come back a little bit. Like, hey, I know we all think we know what toxic masculinity is, but let's talk about it. Hey, I think I know what, I know you guys think you know what's happening, but you don't. Let's talk about it. And he's right that so many people think they can have an opinion without having the right information. And that's why I think like, on this channel, at least, I try to have you guys hold me to the fire and remind me like, hey, Bray, I think that's wrong. I can't tell you how many times I've accidentally said something that I thought was true. And you guys are like, Bray, I think that's wrong. And I'm like, oh no. And I feel bad about it. I feel like, oh shoot, I just added and contributed. I don't think these men feel bad. I think they literally don't feel bad. They do not care. And that's the problem. Is like, you should feel a little bit bad when something you said was wrong, in a sense that you should want to change it, not in the sense that you should beat yourself up for it forever. I don't want you to beat yourself up forever, but I want you to not do it again. Like, I want you to learn from the mistake and do it again. Chat, no chat. Chat says like that time you said Harris went to Harvard. Bro, I swear it was Harvard, but it was Howard, and I blame my dyslexia. I was mortified. Because I made a really good rant that day. And Howard's a good university, but I shook. I thought it was Harvard. I swear to God, I thought I read Harvard. Who the fuck? It was an H girl. But I was mortified, because it sounds like you're making a big point. And then people are like, she didn't even go there. She doesn't even go there. It's like, ugh. Exactly. Great point. What can I say? Human's gonna human.
from the people we're talking about, do they share Zionist propaganda? Do you think? Do they normalize Israel? But that's just my view of it. Is the types of things they say, even if they're doing it just because they want to make money, it's still defending Israel in a way. And I don't know if he feels that way, because it seems like they attack him for similar reasons, just the opposite. Yeah, just similar reasons, I guess.
اوكي، هو قاعد يسالك، يقول لك الناس اللي تنشر المعلومات هذه او الناس اللي تتكلم في الكلام هذا زي ايثن وغيره، هل انت شايف هذا الدفاع عن الصهيونيه او دفاع عن اسرائيل، او انت شايف انه هو بس يعني يبغى يتكلم وخلاص؟ هذا شيء ثاني انه هو يعني يسالك انه هو يعني الكلام اللي قاعدين يشوفوه، هل انت
Hold on. Chat says, I would love to know your thoughts on the decision by two women on the fight in Israel-Palestine. What? Is that for me? I don't think I understand the question, but is there something about two women in Palestine? I would love to know your thoughts on the decision. Was there a fight, or I want to answer that question, but I don't think I understand what the question is, unless it wasn't for me. My bad.
شايفهم هم صهاينه برضه؟
Oh, Chat says I don't think it was for you. Never mind, my bad.
طبعا اكيد متصهين، يعني من خلال كلامه انه يعني صهيوني، دامه يدعم يعني يعني يتصنع الكذب على الناس، يفتري على اي شخص، يقول هذا الشخص ارهابي، هم يصدقوا على طول. وطبعا ايثان كلاين يعني يحاول، ايثان كلاين او اي شخص ثاني يعني يحاول انه يصنع له هيبه، يعني سوى محتوى ويحاول انه يصنع له هيبه في هذا الحرب، وانه تدخل وانه طلع وتكلم مع الصهاينه وانه شجع الصهاينه، يعني يحاول يصنع لنفسه هيبه، ونهايه هذا الشخص بيكون مجنون او بيكون في حاله نفسيه، لانه عارف نفسه حتى هو انه كذاب يعني، وانه منافق، وانه مش واقف مع الحق، اخرته مجنون.
Okay, he's saying this much lying will in the future will ruin his mind and corrupt his mind.
Like
I think
he's
that's
going,
more
Ethan
accurate.
is going kind of crazy.
Yes, because nobody lie this much and have a sane mind. What he's saying, and he's saying like for me, everything I see from him is Zionist propaganda. It's
Exactly. Also, chat says I'm trying to link a video. You can't link videos in my chat unless you're a mod or you're me, because I don't want people spamming links that shouldn't be there. So you can't actually spam it. You can send the title in the video or something, or like the title of the video, and I can try to find it maybe after, something like that.
There is nothing I see from him. It's advocating for the innocent people in Palestine.
Yeah. That's what's so upsetting about Ethan Klein is I do think a part of him thinks he's not lying, but the other part of me that finds it, this is the dilemma between a lie, which is intentional, and misinformation that you're spreading because you absolutely refuse to do thorough research. And it's difficult because you're dealing with the ego and the pride of a human. So is the ego and pride of the human disallowing them from researching because it will bust their ego bubble? Or is he being malicious and intent and not doing the research because he wants the paycheck? I don't know, because he is Jewish and he does have family from Israel and his wife is Israeli. It feels like he's probably just more connected to it. I got a comment in my video yesterday that made me laugh a little bit. It was a person with a Palestine flag, but they're like, I don't believe that your parents came from Iraq and voted MAGA. Like, Iraqis wouldn't do that. Yeah, maybe some of them wouldn't, but like, a lot of immigrants vote Trump. Like, I'm just a part of that very particular American immigrant bubble. There's just a bubble of immigrants that come to the United States and vote Trump. I don't know what to tell you. Like, my cousins and I talk about all the time. Like, I can't believe our parents voted for Trump when they're immigrants. Like, yeah, it's very typical, but it's probably hard to believe if you come from a particular bubble that other people are doing things differently than you can imagine. And to be fair, like, it's hard to imagine because there's a stereotype that immigrants vote Democrat, but plenty of immigrants vote Trump. We've seen that happen. It's very typical. What are you going to do, right? Now, Ethan, I think, falls into that camp of being dangerously like on either side, where his family, I don't know if they're more MAGA than we believe, but I always thought they were kind of Democrats, but they could just be Democrats and still voting or still pro-Israel at the end of the day. Like, again, Bernie and all these people and what's his name? Cory Booker and all these people, at the end of the day, like, they're not for Palestinian people. there is a difference between being like free Palestine and just saying like, oh, that's sad. I hope it ends soon. These things are different. And I'm waiting for somebody to be like free Palestine. I mean, I know some people are, but I mean, you know what I mean? I feel like these things are different. Yeah, so I'm not a fan of these like kind of centristy, allegedly progressive next to Republican political people, right?
I agree with you that the types of people that are attacking you are stupid and self-interested. Due to that, is it even worth talking about them? Because sometimes I feel that same way, that it's irrelevant to what's important, which is Palestine. Like when you talk about Palestine, or when other people online talk about Palestine, that's so much more important than what these people think. So does that ever, I guess, bother you, or do you think about that?
هو قاعد يسألك يقول لك يعني هو أحيانا يشوف يعني إيش الأهم، إنك تتكلم عن موضوع فلسطين ولا إنك تتكلم عن إيثان والناس اللي زيه، لأن أحيانا الناس اللي زيه إيثان والناس اللي زيه قاعدين ينشرون أشياء سيئة عن فلسطين أو عن فلسطين أو شيء زي كذا. فيقول لك يعني بالنسبة لك إيش تختار تتكلم عنه، ولا وش رأيك يعني إيش أهم، تتكلم عن غزة والوضع في غزة أو
Honestly, Chet, I agree. Not only did I think Noah's questions were really good, but I thought Rashid's answers were very good. Like, I really think this was the conversation that even Hassan should have had with him. But he couldn't have, because the conversation Noah is having with him is because of the conversation that Hassan had, and then the way they came for this boy. So like, ultimately, I think this is one of the best conversations. These are really good questions, really good answers. And I'm really happy that like this conversation happened.
تتكلم عن إيثان والناس اللي زيه أو تتكلم عن الاثنين؟
طبعا إذا كنت اهتمت في موضوع ايثان كلاين يعني وجلست تناقش الموضوع هذا، فانت يعني بتظل اللي يحصل في فلسطين، يعني بتخلي ناس كثير يعني تنسى ما يحصل في فلسطين يعني، وتشجع ايثان كلاين. يعني ايثان كلاين لما يشوفك تكرر معاه في نفس الموضوع وتتناقش معاه، ايثان كلاين خلاص يعني بيحب هذا الموضوع ويفرح فيه، لانه يعني شاف ان الناس اهتمت لكلامه. لكن لو تجاهلت ايثان كلاين
Ahmed says he's a thoughtful person. This didn't translate as much. And of course, it's going to be difficult to translate exactly word for word, but you can just tell in his demeanor. You can tell he's thought about these things. Like, you can tell how quick he answers in a sense, or sometimes like he'll take a second to think about it. But like, I think the point is that this very young man is obviously thinking about these things. And the fact that he even has to think about these things means that he's in a position a lot of us aren't in, right?
كلاين وتكلمت وناشدت عن ما يحصل في فلسطين، فهذا بيكون لصالح فلسطين. وايثان كلاين بيعرف نفسه انه انسان حشره وانه كاذب، وان الحق واضح مثل عين الشمس، كل الناس تعرف.
Okay. What he's saying, for him, he ignored what Ethan said, because for him, what's important is what's happening in Palestine. So that's the most important thing to him. He's saying if you talk to Ethan Klein, it will encourage him to say more, and it will be back and forth, and it will turn like a personal
attacks like he did, like, which is why Hassan and Ethan having that conversation was so difficult to listen to. And ultimately, again, I think this proves the point that all of us have been saying, that these online debates don't change anything. But look what's happening with conversation and discourse. Look how much money Noah has raised, and look how many people came out to support Noah. I think that's the point, and that's what's important, is like people rallied. People came together. And just a reminder, take us all the way back to the Debate Bro bubble. Bring it back to FD Signifier and Stephen Bonnell, Destiny, right? Remember that FD said he's happy to debate Destiny if he raises money for a good charity. And who does Destiny and ABBA come together to give $10,000 to? The police. Debate bros do not care about people. They care about ego and paychecks. They don't give an F about people. And that's the point. So all these debate bros are like, oh, come on, bro, debate me, debate me, debate me. They just want to use you to build a platform, to make money, to brag about being millionaires while donating to police officers instead of to people who are literally experiencing a genocide. Girl.
Back and forth. For him, he doesn't care about this. This is not the focus, at least now.
You already know.
What's important.
And by the way, the reason I titled my stream, Noah Samson interviews Rashid Alahad, on activism was because of Rashid said, what Rashid said in this video, which is like talking about Ethan and making it content and making it about Ethan does take away from Palestinians, but also it is okay to like, and I'm speaking for myself now, it is okay to use Ethan to make Palestine a focus, but to turn it into content is different. Like this is serious, right? We are having a serious conversation because I could have titled my stream like, Rashid says hi to Ethan Klein, you know, something like this, or Timothy Houthi, whatever, says hi to, I could have titled it all different ways. I chose this one because I think it was the most reasonable. And I think it's not about Ethan today. It's about Palestine. It's about Rashid. It's about everybody having this conversation. It's about raising money for Palestine. And I think that's important. It's, you know, it's okay that at the, you know, a point in this stream, though Ethan will be talked about a little bit more directly. But the point is that, you know, Ethan is a distraction. He's a fun drama distraction. If we talk about Ethan as a person separate from Palestine, I think that's fine. But talking about Ethan as if it relates seriously to Palestine, I think does a disservice to what's happening. And it's a distraction.
Oh, go ahead.
What's important now for him is to focus on what's happening in Palestine. Back and forth, we can have this, but not in these times.
We are going to be on Ethan's podcast tomorrow, probably. They're going to show this. So say, hi, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. Because he's
just for this moment. I do think Noah, I think this is probably not what Noah intended in this moment, because that feels a little content brained. But I think he's just trying to point out that as we're sitting here raising money for people, Ethan will turn this into content. So I think this was like, this one section was a little uncomfortable for everybody. But I think that, especially after what Rashid just said, but I'm going to give Noah grace and say the man hasn't slept in 3 days, but also just a little content brained.
He's going to talk about this to try and make money. So just, you can say hello or whatever you want to say to him, I'm assuming.
Okay. هو قاعد يقول
He's
لك
going to do it regardless of what we say. So.
اوكي هو يقول لك مهما تكلمنا عن الموضوع انا متاكد انه بكره ايثان بيتكلم عنه وبيجيب الفيديو هذا فهو يقول لك يعني يقول له كيف الحال
لما انا اقول الايثان كلاين قصده ولا
هو يقول لك كذا انا عارف انا متاكد انه هو بكره بيسحب مقطع من المقابله هذه ويبدا يتكلم عننا فهو يقول لك سلم عليه في الفيديو عشان هو بيتكلم عنه بكره لو حابب توجه له رساله برضه
الشبح هذا الحين حركه كبيره طبعا ايش اسمه ايثان كلاين هاي ايثان كلاين مهما حاول
It's a little funny, isn't it? It's a bit funny. The boy got jokes.
ومهما سوى ومهما فعل انت عارف نفسك انك حشره وانك يعني حتى الطفل الذي في الشارع اشرف منك وعنده عقليه احسن منك. انت ما عندك عقليه، انت فقط اخذت الموضوع محتوى. الناس قاعده تموت في غزه وانت فاعل الموضوع محتوى. انت عشان المال بتبيع نفسك يعني. ما عندك والله ما في عقل. عندي انا تفال او يمكن في عقل بطاطا ولا عنده اي شيء. ايثان كلاين
he's saying you know this guy will say and do anything for money. He's saying I don't think this guy think he described his mind as a potato and
Oh, I'm not gonna lie. The temptation of putting Ethan Klein in a thumbnail with a potato would have made me laugh. Shout out to potatoes, but potato brained is so funny. That is so funny. Let this boy joke. You know, I think what's something that I'm trying to make clear to people, because some people are like, if your life's really that bad, you wouldn't make jokes. Not only can we make jokes, because evolution gave us the gift of dark humor, but even God had jokes, okay? Even God had jokes. Jokes are very important.
That's accurate. That's good. That's good.
and he's saying, you know, he said hi, and what we should focus on, not to turn this into content, because there is people dying. He's saying, yani, for him, he doesn't want to turn this into content.
Exactly.
This should not be content. People dying should not be content. But for Ethan, it is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I think Ethan somehow deep in his brain, I think deep in his brain he knows he's wrong, but I think it's too late. He can't go back. You ever see somebody double down on a lie? It eats them up from the inside out. It eats them up from the inside out.
What do you think is the way forward with Palestine? What can we do?
قاعد يسألك ايش مفروض نسوي لفلسطين؟ ايش اللي نقدر نسويه حاليا؟
طبعا اللي بنسويه لفلسطين اكيد كل واحد بيسوي اللي يقدر، يعني في النشر انك تنشر تظهر الحق، دامك عارف ان فلسطين على حق انشر تكلم. اذا قدرت تعمل حمله جمع تبرعات في اطفال في غزه ما يعرف ايش ياكل، سوي حملات تبرع، يعني سوي حمله وجمع تبرعات، سوي اللي تقدر عليه احسن من ما توقف، يعني انك توقف وما تتكلم عن الموضوع ولا تهتم، لان هذا بيكون النهايه بتكون بينك حساب بينك انت والله. ويعني
اوكي
بالنهايه هذه اطفال، يعني اطفال وناس ابرياء، يعني هذا الحرب كلها والله ما تستحق ان يحصل في فلسطين هكذا، يعني لا درجه انهم يموتوا من الجوع والناس واقفين وجالسين في البيوت ولا يهتموا في الموضوع ولا يتكلموا، بس كل واحد يعمل اللي يقدر عليه.
Okay, he's saying everyone should do what they can. We know we are right. We know this is the correct position. This is the right side of history. Everyone should do what they can. If you can raise money, raise money. If you cannot raise money, do spread content about this. Inform people around you about this. Everyone should do how much you can do, or however you can do about this situation, or whatever you can. Because he's talking about as Muslim, we believe there is day of judgment. So he's saying, in the day of judgment, I can say I did this when people were dying.
Yeah.
Does Rashid have any questions for myself or any YouTube people or Hassan or anyone else?
Okay,
And ask him if he knows Bad Empanada.
BE mentioned?
هل عندي اي اسئله؟ طبعا
عندك اي اسئله له او لحسن او تعرف بادن بنادى ولا ما تعرفه؟
من هو؟
Okay, so right there, chat goes, who? Apparently he said, who? And I was dying.
لا شكلك ما تعرفه. واحد عنده قناه هو يقول لك مين تعرف في اليوتيوب يعني.
طبعا يعني اتابع كثير، يعني اللي حتى اللي طلعوا مع نوح قبل يومين شاهدت البث كامل قبل امس من اول ما بدا الحمله، بس ما اعرفهم اسامي بسبب اللغه الانجليزيه يعني.
اوكي سين هيز
طيب قول لها
اسأل.
يعني ايش رايهم يعني باللي تسويها الان اليمن، يعني باللي فعلت بالسفن او بالقصف الى اسرائيل، يعني هل اليمن على خطا او ايش رايها يعني في الموضوع هذا؟
اوكي he's saying he watch your stream. I don't think he know Bad Banada, but he watched your stream yesterday and the day before. But since the stream started, but he doesn't understand that much because he doesn't speak English. He also asking you a question. What do you think about what Ansar Allah are doing in support of Palestine? Do you think what they are doing is right? Stopping ships going to Israel and now bombing stopping the airport as well? Because I think 2 days ago they also announced they will have blockade on Jaffa port.
I don't know if you guys know anything about that, but they gave warning ahead of time that they're going to take over the airport. So like nobody fly, nobody do anything. And he's asking Noah, do you think they're doing the right thing? Which is a very interesting question to ask. And Noah has a very interesting answer.
So now there is second port they are going to target. So now 1 airport and 2 seaport.
I don't know how much I'm allowed to say about how I feel about the Houthis without the FBI arresting me, but all I would say this motion and this motion and free Palestine from the river to the sea.
اوكي هو يقول لك اللي يبغى يقوله ما يقدر يقوله عشان
فاهم
ما يبغى انت فهمت وش قصده يعني.
ايوه فهمت ايوه فهمت.
ايوه بس فهو سوى لك الحركه هذه عشان يعبر عن ايش يبغى يقول.
ايوه فاهم لهم. وطبعا قول لها يعني هل
بس وقال لك من النهر الى البحر ان شاء الله بنحرر فلسطين.
اكيد ان شاء الله ما تبقى لهم سفينه باذن الله. قول لها يعني هل يفكروا بزياره اليمن، يعني ان يجوا اليمن يوما ما، يعني في اي سنة.
I think I think this is the philosophical answer. Who am I to tell a man? No, but who am I to tell man, not men, but man, how to fight for the liberation that they were born with and it was taken from them? The philosophical answer here is, who are we to tell people under occupation, in slavery, in cages, how to fight for freedom when their God-given freedom was taken from them, because we're all born free? And that's the philosophical answer. So it's not giving an answer, it's saying the answer is in the spirit of the question. We are all born free. Who am I? Who are any of us to tell people that the fighting for freedom must look a particular way? Now, the philosophical answer does not then condone the wrong ways. There is a right way, but who am I to say what the right way is? And that's for you to do the introspection and say, who am I to say how you should fight your way out of a cage when I've never been in one? Not one that is similar. Maybe one, maybe a cage. Maybe you have been in a cage, a metaphorical cage. But who am I to say, looking at this person and their life, who am I to say as if I would know, right? Because we've all been in cages. They're just different. Some cages have waters. Some cages have studded out bling bling. Okay? Some cages are of our own making. Some cages, though, are cages you cannot even fathom because they're not even close to your reality. So the philosophical answer is always, who am I to say? Okay?
احنا طبعا نستقبلهم، احنا نستقبل الاجانب في اي مكان في اليمن وفي كل المحافظات، يعني هم اخواننا يعني حبيناهم اكثر.
اوكي انا ابغى اساله بس انا متاكد انه حاليا اي شخص يسافر لليمن بيسوي له مشاكل في المطار. انا اقول لك يعني هذا شيء انا عارفه.
اقول لها يعني بغير السؤال، بس اقول لها يعني احنا نتشرف يعني، وان شاء الله ان تنتهي هذا الحرب والاباده الجماعيه ونستقبل الاجانب كلهم، واحنا نحترمهم وشفناهم يعني كيف يوقفوا مع الاطفال والابرياء والمساكين. طبعا حبهم الشعب اليمني اكثر يعني، وليس انا فقط. الشعب اليمني كله يتكلم عن الاجانب ويتابع ايش يحصل، يتابعوا حتى نوح وحسن، يتابعوا كثير يعني من الاجانب اللي ينشروا كامل ويتضامنوا. طبعا والله نحبهم واي لاف يو لهم الاجانب كلهم، واللي يشاهدوا البث واللي يدعم فلسطين كلكم اي لاف يو، وانتم على الحق، استمروا.
Chad says, I saw somewhere that a certain community is trying to mass report Noah over this interview. That's why I was concerned when I woke up today and I saw that he wasn't streaming. But apparently he's just sleeping. But they will try. And that's why I think we should review it for content's sake. I didn't platform him. I am simply sharing my view on the interview that took place. But I was concerned about that as well.
كل ظالم نهاية ايش اسمه الشر ما يصيب الا اهله، يعني الصهاينه بيصيبوا نفسهم فقط.
Okay. What he's saying is he like to extend the invitation for you and for anyone after this genocide stop to come to Yemen. He welcome everyone, and he's saying Yemen is beautiful.
My parents would say that a bit about Iraq. They would say Iraq was like paradise. They would say Iraq was even, my mom likes to say where she was born in El-Kush is where the Garden of Eden is. They would say Iraq is so beautiful, you wouldn't be able to imagine it because of the way that people tell stories about the Middle East or about Iraq or about West Asia. They don't really show how beautiful this place is. They only show you what oppressors have done to the land. And then they blame the people who live there and say it's their fault, right? But my parents would say that Iraq is like just the most beautiful place you've ever seen.
Personally, this is not what he said, but personally, I think Yemen is one of the most beautiful countries on earth. This is genuinely...
And look, everyone, I love that everyone says this about everywhere. Like, this is the most beautiful place. This is the most beautiful place. And we're not actually saying your places aren't beautiful. We're saying we're so connected to the land. The land.
Something, you know, there is a lot of mountains there, and the weather there is very good. And every 2 days there is rain, and there is, you know, the weather is amazing in Yemen. This is what I'm saying personally. So if anybody have the chance to go to Yemen, they should. Other thing he's saying is he's encouraging you and Hassan and everyone else. Keep going, and we should push for defending Palestine because this is the correct thing to do. We are on the right side of history. We are right.
Chat, are you translating as well? Chat says we love foreigners that are supporting Palestine. Say a lot of Yemeni are watching and support people like Noah and Hassan and hope once the genocide stop, all Hassan, Noah and foreigners can come. We love you all. That'd be beautiful. Hey, imagine if we all created safe places for people to come back and forth. What a planet.
We are right, so we should keep going.
Free Palestine, and I would love to come visit you. It would be an honor. You and the people of Yemen are our heroes. We stand with you, and we stand with Palestine. And I'm gonna. It sounds.
Wait, chat is. And shout out to this translator because I know it's difficult to translate in real time to get every nuanced word. I almost wish I could run this through like a Google Translate so I could get every word. But chat says, Rashid said, kids at elementary school are more educated than Ethan. People are dying out here and he's using it as content. He's a sellout and a brick potato brain. Shout out to the translator, Ahmed. Shout out to everybody who was involved. It was really good. I know how hard it is to translate. Not personally, but I've seen it. So I know it's hard, but this was beautiful.
I'll pull up. I'll be there. So just let them know.
اوكي هو يقول لك ان شاء الله بيحاول يزور و شو اسمه وان يعني احنا ندعم فلسطين وان شاء الله تتحرر فلسطين ويعني شويه اشياء كذا يعني تشجيع لك. Okay, I want to ask him another thing. Can I ask him?
Okay, now I pre-watched this yesterday. This is the moment on stream that I want you to pay attention to multiple things happening. One, the translator Ahmed is going to make a really good point. So I want you to pay attention to the point he's trying to make through this process. It's really good. Two, the way they're having a conversation. No, this is the first time in the conversation where they just sounded like people talking to me, where it sounded like my family members talking. You could tell the tone shifts because Ahmed is going to ask Rashid a question on his behalf, nothing that Noah thought to ask, but something that I think was really good to ask. And it was the first time in the conversation where I was like, oh, they're just talking like regular people now. Like they're talking like you and me would talk in a conversation without the thinking of the translation. And people in Noah's chat, interestingly enough, were kind of thinking they were mad or that they were arguing, but they were just talking like people. Just regular people. And that's why I say bubbles are so interesting because we don't know how to judge people because we don't have all the information about how people talk in other places. But to me, it just sounds like they're talking like regular people.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
اوكي انا حابب اسالك انت من اب صح؟
طبعا نعم.
اوكي عندك اي صله بالحوثيين؟
طبعا زي ما قلت زي ما وضحت يعني صح الحوثيين هم يمنيين
لا
يعني
هم انا عارف انه لا انا عارف انا قصدي انه يعني حسب ما انا فاهم اب جنوب صنعاء صح ولا لا؟
لا اب في الشمال.
اب شمال صنعاء؟
ايوه نعم.
اوكي كم بينكم وبين صعده؟
Okay, so let me see. Hold on. How do I do this for you guys? So what Ahmed is trying to say. Hold on. Let me get to the part, and then Ahmed, I saw your chat in chat. I will pull up the map. I'll pull it up.
يعني كثير يعني بس ما اعرف يعني كم المسافه بس
بعيدة
كثير. طيب يا اخي
بعيدة
بس ايوه بس يعني
لا انا اسال عشان ايش؟ عشان اوضح للناس انه اب بعيد
أيوة
عن صعده، صعده شيء واب شيء.
ايوه الان بوضح لك يعني صعده يعني في مكان بعيد يعني في كل محافظات اليمن طبعا كبيره وجبليه يعني في كل يعني تشوف ناس يعني
هي نعرف
اللي يخرجوا في السبعين او يرفعوا المظاهرات. طبعا هذا مواطنين يمنيين، انا مواطن يمني، كل الناس يعني مواطن يمني بس واقف مع فلسطين وادعم فلسطين. لكن اذا وقفت مع فلسطين الان بيقولوا لك انت ايراني، انت ارهابي، انت تدعم مدري علان فلان، انت عارف ايش بيقولوا الناس. يعني احنا مواطنين، انا مواطن يمني، وكل الكلام اللي يطلع في الانترنت يقولوا انت حوثي او يوسف او ارهابي او كل هذه افتراءات. انا مواطن يمني واقف مع فلسطين وافتخر في هذا الشيء لاني واقف مع الحق.
لا بس انا حاب اوضح للناس، عشان انا اسالك ليش، عشان انا حاب اترجم لهم انه صعده بعيده، الحوثيين بصعده، انت بعيد، انت يعني ما هي قريبه، يعني اماكن بعيده عن بعض.
طبعا صعده
أيوة
محافظه بعيده.
هذا ايوه هو هذا اللي انا حاب اوضحه عشان بس الناس انت كل شوي تقول حوثي حوثي حوثي.
يعني بيننا وصعده الان يمكن مسافه كم 6 ساعات سياره.
ايوه يعني انت اقرب لصنعاء من صعده.
انا الان في صنعاء.
اي لا، بس انا اتكلم من اب الى صنعاء، اقرب من اب الى صعده.
من اب الى صنعاء مسافه 4 ساعات، من اب الى صعده يمكن 12 ساعه 15 ساعه.
Okay, this is what I want to clarify because you know, this is like saying somebody from the Midwest is from California. It's
Okay, great example. So this is the map. This is what Ahmed's asking me to pull up. This is the map of Yemen. So they're talking about Sana'a here, yes. And then what's the other place they're talking about, guys? What's the other word I'm looking for in this map? So Sana'a is here. I know that, but what's the other word? What's the other location? He's trying to make it clear that there's a distance. You know, they're trying to say he's a Houthi. They're trying to say he's from a certain region, but he's hours and hours and hours away from this region, right? Sada and Sanya. So Sada is help me. Oh, here up top. So here and then here. Do you guys, can I make it bigger? So here, down here, you should see my mouse by my picture. And then up here is the other location. So top left. Okay, so now we have an idea, yes, of what he's talking about. Okay.
it's far away. In Yemen, between Ib, his hometown, and Sa'da, the place of the Houthi, is the town of the Houthi is like 15 hours to 12 hours. So it's really far. This is what I was trying to clarify, because everyone is saying he's Houthi. He's not Houthi. He's much closer to Sana'a.
Okay, so Ib, oh, Sana'a and then Ib. So here's Ib, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Here's, where am I? Here's, why is this so hard? Sana'a. Okay, so here's Ib, here's Sana'a, here's the other place. Yes? Am I getting it right? I think I'm getting it.
Then to Sa'da, the Houthi area.
Okay, yeah.
You
that
know,
makes
the
sense for
Houthi
that.
now are the government in Sana'a.
Oh,
But what I'm saying,
okay, so he lives all the way down here. Hold on, let me move my screen because my screen is blocking it. So he lives all the way down here. Oops. All the way here. This is him, this little thing here. Then here's this, and then all the way up to the north, Sada, here. So this is how far? Whoa, really far. So I didn't even think, so I thought it was this. No. It's this all the way here. Yeah. Very far, very far. Oops, hold on. Let me change my screen. Thank you.
saying is Houthi soldiers are only from the Houthi family or in Sa'da.
I didn't know that. I learned something new. So Houthis are only from the Houthi family or from Sada,
The area, the Houthi
which is up north. I didn't know that.
state. The area for the providence of Houthis.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
So-
it's good to ask because it's like one more piece of evidence to show people that keep
Yeah,
saying
what-
that he is.
he's
so
from
it
Ib.
doesn't make any sense.
He's
Yeah.
from Ib. It's
Ib.
You know, it's really far.
Yeah.
This is what I'm trying
Yeah.
to make everyone understand.
That's a great point.
It's absurd saying this.
Yeah. No, thank you for clarifying that.
Oh, Ahmed said he lives in Sana'a now, but he is from Ib. Okay, noted.
Okay.
You
know.
Yeah. What else? I mean, does he have any other questions or anything he wants to say to the chat or the viewers? Also, what's his
عندك
favorite
أي سؤال؟
anime?
عندك اي سؤال لنوح او للناس اللي في الشات عنده، اللي هو الشات اللي
And
الفيديو
by the way, not that we should stereotype people by where they're from, but for the people that we're trying to do that, okay?
اللي حق البث حقه، او عندك اي تعليق او اي شيء.
طبعا بقول لهم يعني احنا نحبهم ونشكرهم كلهم اللي بالتعليقات كامل، و اللي حافظ لها الكلمه I love you so much free فلسطين. ان شاء الله فلسطين حره باذن الله. كم ما مرت الايام بيجي اليوم اللي فلسطين تتحرر ويظهر الحق للجميع، والناس بتعرف انها في ناس كثير بتعرف نفسها انها كانت غلط، انها ما وقفت مع فلسطين من البدايه، ولكن ان شاء الله الناس اللي ما وقفت الان مع فلسطين ويعني تفكر انه فلسطين على غلط وان الصهاينه على حق، فانت غلطان. يعني راجع حساباتك وبيجي.
Oh, wait, that's a great point. Chat says Ib is where he's born. Sana'a is the capital, and people go to for work, where he is for work. And Sada is where the Houthis are. Earlier in the conversation, he said that he had been going to school and trying to get work, but it was really hard to get work. And most people in most countries go to the capital for more work and stuff like that, right? So that makes sense. Ahmed said yes, but the Houthis don't have the outside setup because they can't trust them. They don't have from outside setup, like they don't have connections outside from Houthis don't have from outside. Okay, because there's like is there a distrust then between the general population and the Houthis, even though the is there a distrust between the two groups? Is there like a little bit of hesitation? Is it because is that why there's that happens?
اليوم اللي تتذكر انك وقفت مع فلسطين وتفتخر في هذا الشيء وتحكي لعيالك وتحكي لاطفالك يعني ويتكلموا اجيال وهذا بيكون يعني تاريخيا.
Oh no. Okay. For another reason then. Is it more like lineage and like where you're born and so it's like different tribes almost? If this is too much to explain, don't worry, but I'd love to know if you could.
اي شخص وقف مع فلسطين هذا شخص حر، هذا شخص يعرف.
Oh, it just paused for a moment.
ترى معناها حقوق المرأة يعني حقوق الطفل العجوز أي شيء، والشخص اللي وقف مع الصهاينة يعني بيندم، بيجي الأيام اللي يندم ويقول يا ليت.
Okay, so it has more to do with the different tribes. Okay, that makes sense.
وقفت مع فلسطين ولطمت الصهيوني في الصندل. وتحياتي لكم كلكم. I love you so much. خليكم مع الحقيقة.
Okay, he's saying he loves everyone and everyone in the comment, and he's saying one day you will tell your children or the generation after us you stood on the right side, and he's asking everyone supporting the Zionist to, ask himself again, does he think this is good? And
this is very important. This is the biggest message we need to get out to people. You are on the wrong side of history. You need to reconsider. You need to consider that you're on the wrong side of history. Okay? In the same way, there's a big regret for how the US went into Iraq, went into Vietnam, went into so many places. We're giving you an opportunity to think maybe you're on the wrong side now, right? Ahmed said he's also a Sunni and Houthis are Shia. That makes sense. Okay, that makes sense.
He's saying one day the Zionists will wish they were on the right side. So reconsider your position.
Yes, reconsider it.
So well said. Tell him thank you so much for coming on to talk. If he ever needs anything, to hit me up. And we support him, and we support Palestine, and we support the people of Yemen, and we love you. And
إن شاء الله بإذن الله.
Free Palestine.
The universal symbol, the heart symbol.
يلا في أمان الله. مع السلامة.
He said goodbye.
Yeah.
And Free Palestine. I think it was
up.
clear. إذا احتاج أي شيء كلمه.
This is the most awkward goodbye because they're all translating. It's kind of cute though.
شكرا سلامتكم. يعني كل ما تفعلوه من أجل فلسطين هذا كافي وتحياتي لكم.
لا ويتكلم شخصيا، نحتاج شيء منه شخصيا.
والله شكرا يعني يقول له شكرا يعني ما يقصر ونعم فيه. تحياتي لكم.
Okay, he's saying thank you and my greetings.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. It ends. They're so cute. Chat says, do you think people care that much about being on the right side of history? I think they only care superficially, which is why we get the outcome that we do. But maybe if we can get them to care more deeply, they might change their mind. And Chat says also, how does one determine what is the right side of history if not in hindsight? We use context clues and the past to bring it into the future to make sense for the context of today. So the reason they say learn from history, the reason they say history repeats itself is because it is a gold mine. We already know the answers to the universe. We just refuse to accept them as the answers. Like we already know the answers. We just refuse to accept them. And that's the problem. Like that's the problem that we're facing. And so what I would recommend for people to do is to recognize that they're living history, to recognize that because they're living history, that there will be a time people will look back on us, and we have to think about that in a good way, not an ego way, but in a humility way. And I would recommend that people consider that they are somebody in a story. So whether you're religious or secular, you know there is such a thing as a story. And you know there's a good guy and a bad guy and a right and a wrong. And you know story tells us that there's a complex part of who you are in that story. And that includes if you watch One Piece, and this is why Hassan and I have beef that I made up. It's one-sided, but Luffy is not a freedom fighter. His dad is a freedom fighter. Okay, his brother is a freedom fighter. Luffy is different. And freedom fighters play a role in history, and that's why there's a difference between a terrorist and a freedom fighter. Because freedom fighters aren't terrorists. They're actually quite the opposite. That's why they get dubbed terrorist, even though they're not. So this is why I say be careful about your categorization because it will change how you see yourself in the story. A terrorist could tell themselves they're a freedom fighter, but it's very clear that a freedom fighter is not a terrorist. Even though from the outside you might think a freedom fighter is a terrorist, they're not. In the same way, from the outside, you might think your American government and military aren't terrorists, but they might be. Okay, but they might just be. Okay, so this is the issue. Now, Chad is saying, would you go on his charity stream? Look, I support Noah in this charity stream. I don't think I have enough pull to go in the stream to give it enough boost. But, you know, if I can help, I will help. But I'm just not trying to be like, hey, Noah, can I go on your stream? Like, if I can help, I will help. If I can't help, I will do what I can. Like in that way, I just feel like I'm not a big enough YouTuber to go on his stream, like, and it matters to people. I feel like if I was a big YouTuber, I'd be like, Noah, let me on, let my viewers see you. But I'm just like such a small YouTuber. I don't want to distract or take away time from bigger YouTubers and people with more pull from getting on the show. So I want to make sure that I don't try to take a spot for somebody who has bigger pull than me. You know what I mean? I want those people to get the video out to as many people as possible, right? I think that's what's important. But, you know, of course, if Noah ever reached out to me or needs anything from me, I'm happy to help. I just don't want to, you know, it's not about me, right? It's about helping the stream. Speaking of which, Noah should be streaming later today, hopefully. And in my last video about the Yvonne, I've linked the charities. I've linked Noah's stuff. You guys can check it out. Actually, let me grab the link once again to the charity because, bro, the money raised has been insane. Like, it is really amazing how the community rallied. Like Rashid rallied, bro. He made time to come rally. That's the point. He is being an activist. This is activism, baby. This is activism, baby.
People that
Okay, hold on. I also want to show you this TikTok that I think was funny. Okay, this is a palate cleanser. Okay, it's a palate cleanser. We're gonna palate cleanse with a funny TikTok.
that weren't ever on our side are agreeing with us now. They're that wrong.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's been nice. They've been reuniting so many YouTubers, I feel like.
It's been a party. Yeah, I mean, it's been great for our channel.
It's been a party.
A little palate cleanser, okay? A little palate cleanser. A little palate cleanser, okay? There you go. Hey, when the worst people you know are supporting you, you might need to re-examine what you're doing. Remember, if you're doing the right thing, you'll get everybody on your side. If you're doing the wrong thing, the worst people you know will be defending you. That's how you know if you're on the right side of history. If you are on the right side of history, everyone should support you from all communities in a way. If you're on the wrong side of history, only the worst people you know will be supporting you. Ethan Klein and all of those people are definitely on the wrong side of history. Okay, that's what's happening. Okay, with that said, let's take a small little break and we'll come back and we'll get through the next podcast I want to watch with you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for Ahmed for being in the chat, for translating this conversation with Noah and Rashid. Thank you to Rashid and Noah and everybody who's come out to help with this fundraiser because Palestinians really do need help. A lot of communities around the world need help. So if you have money, spare it. If you don't have money, tweet it, share it, call your representatives, do anything you can to get the word out because, you know, it really does help. Even if it seems like it doesn't, it does. Even like slipping it into family conversation, like Free Palestine, slipping it into conversation with your family and friends. Because genuinely, my biggest regret this last 2 years was not getting on this faster because I needed to read books. I needed to research. It's my autistic way. And I finally read books. I finally researched and I was like, fuck, I came to this too slow. And look, there's not a bad time to start, you know, being Free Palestine. But the time to start is now. All right. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Listen to music by Samantha Dragonati. I'll be right back. Testing, testing. Hello, hello. All right, hard pause on Samantha's music. What is this? Chat recommended that I maybe watch a video, but it's kind of long. So, are Jews allowed to fight Hasidic woman Pearl? This conversation did not go as expected. It turned into a discussion about Hasidic anti-Zionism, whereas I thought it would be, let me see. I thought it would be a gentle discussion of faith since I did my video. I don't know if this would be interesting in the moment. Maybe another day. I'll give it a preview on my own and then see if it'd be interesting enough to talk about here. During this interview, I felt certain I would not. Let me see. You guys can see what I'm looking at. During this interview, I felt fairly certain I would not air it, partly because I felt an urge to protect Pearl, and partly because I felt an urge to protect Zionism in Israel. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't really want to watch a Zionist YouTuber talk. In the spirit of full disclosure, I'd say I'm a Zionist, which of course doesn't mean carte blanche support of everything that Israel does. I don't believe Israel is a perfect state. I think okay. Yeah, I don't really want to give my attention or any of my money or my time to Zionists right now. I feel like it's sort of inappropriate. So yeah, nah, maybe not. Okay, now, Oh, thank you, Ahmed. I don't know if he's still here, but thank you. I appreciate you being in chat today. Okay, so I want to move to gay news. So LGBTQIA news, please, guys. We're moving. Why are gay spaces so racist? This is Britannia. Britannia or Bitnia. Bitnia. I read Britannia because, you know, my name. It's Bitnia. And I thought this would be a cool conversation. The Discord asked me to cover it, or at least brought it up in the Discord. And I thought, oh, yeah. She had Cat Black and Madeline Pendleton on the cover. Madeline is a they, them. So just keep that in mind. And there was a controversy that happened a while back. I don't know if you guys saw it between Cat Black and Madeline. And it was very much like two voices of the progressive movement, two wings of voting for Harris or not voting for Harris. There was a lot of infighting. But I think what ended up coming out was also a lot of like racism and a little bit of mispronouncing, which I was a little confused by since both Madeline and Kat are trans. A little confused at why everyone kept calling Madeline she, her when they're a they, them. So a little confused at the rhetoric there. But I thought, let's switch gears. Let's talk about gay people, because remember that our communities are under persecution under this administration, especially our trans part of our LGBTQIA. And I think it's important. So let's go ahead and talk about it.
Hello, little gay people on my phone, and welcome back once again to The Glass Closet. I am Nia, also known as @Bitnia.
Let me get the volume up
here. This is a show where we talk about gay shit that happens online and in the real world also.
I've got it at 1.2. The audio is a little low. How does it sound for you guys?
And I think the perfect encapsulation of that is our guest here today.
Should I make it louder?
Longtime friend, Ava. I always try and give the guest like my interpretation of their bio. So like, let me fumble this real quick, right? I want to say Ava is editor-in-chief and founder of Ebony Tomatoes Collective, a Black literary magazine of incredible works, many works that have resonated deeply with myself and that you should all definitely engage with and read.
Stop.
And also lovely, beautiful human.
Thank you so much. I think you did a great job.
Oh, no, thank you.
I would have said the same thing myself.
Yeah. Lovely, beautiful. Oh, and editor.
Yes, and editor. No.
But want to give a little background to the gays?
Yes, of course. So my name is Ava. I'm a writer, I'm an editor, and I'm also, as you said, the founder and editor-in-chief of Ebony Tomatoes Collective. And aside from that, I'm passionate about farming and all things nature, hiking, gardening, baking. Yeah, I'm like Nara Smith, maybe if Nara Smith was like an anarchist and a lesbian. And, like,
that's a good bio.
Right, I'm like, actually, wait, let's write that down.
Nara Smith that she slayed.
Yeah, like love Nara.
Nara Smith with a pickaxe.
Like, yes. No. Nara Smith with a guillotine.
Oh, right. There's something here. We'll workshop later.
Okay, yes.
But I was so interested to talk to you because I feel like this podcast has come to, it's transformed so much since I've started it, and it's really come to be about, I think, the synchronization of the online world and how queerness manifests there and how that turns into real queer spaces and real like interactions with the community. Ebony Tomatoes Collective has such a vibrant online presence, and you guys do like melanated media, and I really just enjoy your reels. I think your reels are
Is
very
that
fun.
better if I move my mic away a bit?
My girl is a cunt, yeah, but only cause she's serving.
Girl, nasty girl.
But then in real life, I think the work you create speaks so potently to like the real life experiences of Black queer people today. And then you also have these events where there is an ability to form real community with people. And I think that's dope as hell. Like, how do you feel about the relationship between the online and the community in real life?
I grew up in...
This is a really great question. How's my volume, guys? Is it still a lot louder than theirs? It keeps peaking on my end if I turn it any louder, but let me know if it's better if I move my mic away from my mouth a little bit. This is a really important conversation that I think we all need to have in our communities, is the, real life versus the online and how it changes things. And I also need everyone to remember that the online community is its own bubble. Like, if you just take the online community and make it physical in your head, it would be on a different side of the map, right? So like, there's a map of our communities. The online community is its own map. Remember that there are people who work in real life communities, and they never really process that the internet is anything more than like a billboard. I have a friend who literally worked in social media, literally ran social media for a nonprofit, and knows nothing about online bubbles or communities, because for them, like, social media is just like a magazine ad. They don't think of it as like online communities. You know what I mean?
The internet age. And I was an only child in a single parent household. So like, I wasn't in like a packed house with like siblings and cousins and like all these people. So like my way of socializing, at least in like my adolescence on, a lot of it was through like social media and the online space, because it was very popular at the time. That's how people our age, like awkward middle schoolers, felt comfortable interacting across space and time. And so, yeah, I definitely feel like I almost learned how to socialize through social media in a lot of ways, because that's just the generation we grew up in. But over time, I've gotten frustrated with that platform, with digital platforms, because I'm like, we're seeing now so much more political propaganda and so many more of our quote unquote leaders paying very hefty checks to get their stuff boosted on Meta and Instagram and X. And we see all these platforms being co-opted by literal tech billionaires. So while social media is a really fun place to like connect with people across borders and time, I don't think it makes up for the things that are happening on the ground in real life community. So it's interesting approaching that from like a literary magazine perspective, where we want people to read our work, we want people to be excited about the stuff we're doing, but we also want to exist in the real world. So it's like, if they show all...
Do you guys remember Rocket Power or The Weekenders? Oh my God, somebody on TikTok just reminded me about the show The Weekenders, and I was like, I forgot I used to watch that show. But do you guys remember Rocket Power? I always wanted to be Reggie. I always wanted to have a zine. And so my friend and I made a neighborhood zine. We had a newsletter, and I still have copies of it to this day in my memory box. I'll lock my memory boxes, and I'm like, there it is. And like, that was my dream. My dream was to have a magazine. And I can't even tell you how many times I failed to make this a reality, but I failed a lot. And I just really thought that would be the next thing. And even in Croatia, our local drugstore does this thing where they give out like these free like magazines for the drugstore. This one has Halsey on it, and they're free, and I take them. I just love a magazine. I love how they feel. I would love to have a zine. I would love to have a reel like this. Like, I would love to make like a magazine. That's like one of my like kid dreams, is I would just love to have it. And it was like a monthly, like a little simple, good photography, a couple of articles, funny jokes. You know what I mean? But I just love magazines. I don't know what it is. I just like the way they feel, and I like how simple they are. And I love reading the like horoscopes at the back, And I use my Google Translator on my phone, and I like go through the magazine. And so it's not even like a pay magazine. It's just like one of those store catalogs. But I just love it. And that's like, again, one of my kid dreams, because the money and the output, it's like very serious business. Like, again, I think we don't understand how serious of a business this is and how hard it is to contend with the bigger magazines, but it really is the devil wears Prada, and I'm not about to be that stressed.
all the lights off right now, would you still be able to read about Black lesbians? Would you
Right.
still be able to hear about Black trans discourse?
Right.
Would you still be able to hear about community organizing efforts in food banks and community gardens?
Yeah.
Maybe not. So for Ebony Tomatoes, it's like we have this like fun social media space for people to be introduced to what we're doing. But at the end of the day, what we're really doing is meant to be like a physical record of our resistance and our love and our relationships that can exist whether or not someone who's white and rich owns social media.
Yeah, I think that's so important. And I feel like really similarly, I mean, I guess the podcast is like a digital archive, but like I really feel paralleled by just like the idea of wanting to be potent that we were here and
Yeah.
that we had a lot of stuff to say and that it doesn't always have to be like in response to what they're saying. Like
Yeah.
it can be just be like our thing.
Big on that.
Yeah.
Big on
And
that.
one thing I've always wanted to ask you about and really appreciate is that like Ebony Tomatoes Collective, I feel like I've only seen the branding say like this is like for Black people,
Yeah.
right? But it's like, I know, because I know you, that it is a lot of queer work, a lot of in reference to queerness, a lot of queer writers. And I think that's really important that, I mean, I think it's valid on both sides, but I think it is, I appreciate that it is just queer. And it's not like, this is Black queerness. Like, it's just queer.
It just is what it is. I
Yeah.
mean, I think like, yeah, I mean, that's something that intersectionality has been really fun too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's really a lot of how, like, we didn't really start, we became a much more queer space as the collective's gone on. So like, this is like our 3rd year of operating.
Congrats.
Thank you. But yeah, so I think over time it's naturally evolved to be like a queer space. And I think that's really important too.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I don't know, I think there's not, on both sides, like in Black spaces, queer like perspectives aren't like, it's kind of on the margins a bit, I still think.
For sure.
And in queer spaces, obviously, we're dealing with issues around like desirability and like people who are like still understanding intersectionality.
Very much that.
I think a lot of non-Black queer people have to grapple with the fact that just because they're gay does not mean they can't be racist or can't or are incapable of disregarding or disrespecting Black people in their life. So I think that Ebony Tomatoes is hopefully a way for everyone to learn and educate themselves on these things. But I will say, like, Ebony Tomatoes is Black and queer, but I think it's really important that it's like our collective is defined by the people who write for us and the people who do photography for us and like submit art to us. But at the end of the day, Ebony Tomatoes is for everyone because everything that's affecting Black queer people will affect everyone eventually, if not very soon.
Absolutely.
So when we're talking, like, we are talking about issues like relationships and like Black on Black love, from like starting community gardens to land conservation,
Oof, love that.
to political liberation around the world. And it's like, yes, these issues disproportionately affect Black and queer people, but they are the problems of the people. And at the end of the day, Ebony Tomatoes is a platform for the people and for people's liberation. Whether or not you fit into any of the identities, I think everyone has a place to read it and enjoy it.
And I know I do. I'll put a link down below.
Ears perked. Ears
No,
perked.
for sure. I also think, like, I've been seeing this discourse online. I don't know if I should bring this up. Like, this is kinda
No,
hot.
let's bring it up.
This is kind of hot. But just hearing what you're saying about how all of our liberations are inherently, like, tied. And so the voices of specifically, like, Black queer people hold a lot of weight. And listen, not all skin folk is kin folk. I won't say any Black person off the street, you should just listen to them. I don't think that. The discourse I was referencing, though, is that, so do you know who Madeline Pendleton is?
No.
Oh my God, please.
Okay.
Madeline Pendleton is the owner of Tunnel Vision. It's an online boutique. They sell like alt clothing.
Okay.
And they are, I believe, a socialist, but like basically, no, they're not. And like,
Yeah. Sometimes it's like, do we know what socialism is?
They're kind of just doing whatever,
Yeah,
you know?
okay.
And like their whole ethos is
Okay, hold on. Okay, so is this it, right? Is this Madeline's work? It looks like their fashion. Yeah, I think this is their, yeah, this is Madeline. Okay. I mean, kind of a vibe. Like, I certainly don't hate it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's cute. Like, these are cute. I would wear this. Like, these are cute. You know? Okay, this is like a cute vibe. Like, very girly, very cute. Okay.
like, you know, they're
my bad.
white, non-binary, femme-presenting person, and they, you know, are like everyone at their company like gets paid the same, right? Like they have these ethics that are built into the brand, and then they're real loud about it on social media, and there's always something going on. I try to scroll. This time
I'm going to do that when I get off this podcast. I will be, yes.
they're really interesting. But I tend to scroll, but they piss me off, so I had to watch because they went and tried to critique, or it actually pissed me off so much that I barely could even engage with it. They tried to critique Cat Black. Are you familiar with Cat Black?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are we coming from? Don't ever.
Yeah,
Like,
don't ever in
I'm
your
saying.
life. Like, they paved the way, babe.
Exactly.
Now what?
So it's just like, yeah, I think it's so, that's just me in my ramblings thinking about how important it is to like have our perspectives be concrete.
Yep.
And
if you guys weren't following the Kat Black versus Madeline Pendleton discourse, it was a lot. I mostly talked to my Discord about it. I was honestly, there were so many videos, I couldn't even watch them all because the back and forth went so long. So I mostly just ranted on my Discord as it was happening, and I was posting videos and I was like, oh my gosh. So that I just FYI, if you want to understand what I use the Discord for, it's mostly for me being in the middle of like the night, like unable to sleep. And all of a sudden I'm stuck in a TikTok drama and I'm like commenting about it on my Discord. So I do use my Discord as like a sounding board sometimes when I'm like thinking about content I'm watching, because sometimes it's too much for me to cover on stream to get through the whole part of it. But sometimes it's just easier for me to rant at my Discord about it. So I did rant at my Discord about it at the time. And I did come away from it. Now, first of all, I should say I am biased because Kat and I go, first of all, we're acquaintances. We've both shouted out each other's work in the past. Kat Black and I both are part of the BDSM kink scene and have been for years. I tend to agree with Kat's perspective on things. And so when this whole thing was happening, it felt like she was being misheard by a community of people that were able to operate differently during the election. So Madeline Pendleton is a California resident who voted third party instead of for Harris. And Kat basically took issue with that. And this is the conversation we've all been having about sort of like voting for Harris or not, because no one is excited to vote for Harris. Kat, FD, me, like none of us are excited to vote for the establishment. We vote for the establishment because we're playing establishment games. And ultimately, like, that's why they say you vote for the better of two evils. And I know everyone's like, well, I don't want to vote for evil. Okay, girl, I get you. But also, again, are you playing the political game to win? Are you playing the idealistic game, which is like moving within your values, which is great. By the way, I think it's just as valuable to move within your values and not vote for Harris as it is to say I'm playing a political game. But these two things are different. Our politics, this is why I say I don't believe politics is you. Because like my politics doesn't reflect my values. My politics reflects as close as I can get to my values becoming a reality. That's different. That has to be different. Because my politics voted for Harris, but my values are for Palestine, and Harris is not for Palestine. But the person I'd rather fight with is Harris than Trump. Because Trump is definitely not for Palestine in a bigger way than even Biden and Harris could have been. But Biden and Harris did nothing for the Palestinian people. Remember, they did absolutely nothing to stop this genocide. So it would have been better had you not voted for that reason alone than had you say that you're participating in the political game. Participating in the political game is different than voting with your values. So I told you guys, I'm not a political channel, but I told you during that election, we're getting back into the political game. Because this game is serious this season, and we have to do everything we can to get Harris in, just so we have a better chance of moving things forward. And I joined that political game, and I shouted out Harris, and I told you I was cynical about her, but she is establishment, and I'd rather fight with her, okay, than Trump. And I told you that. I told you it's a game. So politics is about winning, and philosophy is hopefully about truth. This is why I focus on philosophy. This is why we're a philosophy through pop culture channel. But this is why I see Kat Black getting frustrated with a Madeline Pendleton, because Madeline is in a privileged position enough to vote third party. Because in many ways, it is a privilege to vote third party. In the same way that it's a privilege to vote at all. And in some ways, you're not privileged enough, so you have no choice. Every category is different. You have to decide which one you are. Are you a person who can't afford to vote for Harris? So I think I understand why the Arab community, the Palestinian community, the pro-Palestinian community, I understand why they didn't vote for Harris. I do, much more so than why didn't Madeline Pendleton. Also, when you say things out loud as a public figure, you have to accept that people are going to be upset, like a Chappell Roan. When Chappell came out with their opinion, I think you're going to receive backlash, right? And that's fine. So you have to decide which category of person am I? Am I the privileged person who can vote third party? Am I underprivileged, so I have no choice but to vote for the third party? which position are you in? Madeline just seems like a person who's an author, has money, has their own clothing company, has over 1 million followers on social media. They just feel like a very privileged person to be encouraging third party right now when you know that doesn't help anybody. It just doesn't. Third party is a dream. It's never going to happen. And it's never going to happen because you're in denial of human nature. You cannot fight billions of people. You can simply move people in a direction. Third party is not a reality. It is a dream. And you can work on that dream, but you have to decide if it's going to be at the expense of everybody else, right? And so that's just a decision you have to make. You do it. You do, you do you figuring that out. But the establishment is, again, this is the whole conversation about how are good people supposed to get into politics if by being in politics, it demands you become a bad person. So third party people are not exempt from that badness just because you think they are. And that's the problem. I think most people in politics have to do pretty shitty things to be there. And that's the problem. And I say this from my limited experience in being in these circles. The things I was told I would have to do to make it, I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. And they feel like that's the only choice you have. So again, you're not going to get the collective together overnight to make a difference, but you can start by doing little things here and there. So if your little thing here and there is doing third party, do it. But also understand that it's going to piss some people off. And also, you voting for Harris might piss people off. You voting for Trump will piss people off. So you get to make that decision. As long as you can live with your vote and how you do things, it is what it is. But for Madeline to dismiss and not engage with Kat was frustrating, but also Kat has a right to voice their opinion on a social media platform where Madeline is outspoken. Also, I do hesitate to believe that anybody is a socialist or a communist because I don't know why you're identifying with systems. So I take another approach where I think it's cringe to identify with systems. But that's because I think the system has convinced you that you are the system. You are not the system, you are a person. For sure, keep identifying with systems. And you say they're philosophies, but they're bad philosophies. And I don't think you should identify with philosophies either, by the way. Somebody asked me the other day on stream, which philosophy do I identify with the most? None. Philosophies are not me. I am not a philosophy. I am a person. To take on the identity of the philosophy is to take on the identity of a cage. I'm not interested, but you do you.
Like, really beckon people from outside of like the Black queer community to read it and engage with it, because I don't want to see no more discourse of a white non-binary person disrespecting anybody Black.
No, no. I'm
scrolling.
I'm scrolling, I'm deleting, and I feel like, so much of our culture and online culture specifically, like you mentioned, is reactionary. So a lot of it's like, Trump's doing this bad thing, or like, maybe not Trump, let's save that for later, but I'm like, a lot of like online discourse is based off of criticism and is based off of critique, and I think that some people conflate that with this responsibility to critique everyone and everything around them, even when it doesn't make sense to do that, or it's not the best use of energy. And I think that kind of goes into what we're talking about like physical spaces, where it's like, would they have said that to Kat Black in person, in the face? Would they have said that? Are they community members? Are they friends? Are you serving that role in the grocery store? Are you serving that role at the train station? Are you
speak on it?
Are you like, how are you showing up in real life? Where your body goes? Like, what energy is following you, right? And like, I think a lot of that can get lost on social media because it's just like, let me say something, let me put something out, where it's like, I think the thing now that I'm personally thinking more about in this environment, in these trying times, is the fact that it's like, okay, but how are we like physically showing up, even if you can't come to an event? Like, let's put stuff out in print so people can have this and maybe their grandkids can find it like later on, where it's like, we're not just critiquing, but we're also creating something new. We're imagining the next step. Because it's like, I feel like we have a good understanding of what is wrong with the world. I think social media has done a great job of that. The next step is to be like, well, what's next? What do we create next? And I think it's hard to do that sometimes. People who are like starting these new initiatives are really still holding internalized colonial beliefs and internalized anti-Black beliefs, and anti-Blackness is absolutely rampant among non-binary people, among leftists, among everyone.
Speak on it.
And even in our own communities, like the internalized anti-Blackness is very real. It's a mass psychosis, and I feel like social media, especially like socialist or leftist media, it's not exempt from it.
Absolutely. I think that's such an important conversation to have that I feel like I've had so many times with so many Black people. I think it's almost implicit to the Black queer experience is knowing we walk through it's whatever leftism and we love each other, peace and pride, and you still walk into the room, you still walk into the gay bar, you still walk into the queer function, you still walk into the zine making fair a little differently than everybody else. And like these people that are supposed to be, or a lot of the times purport to be in community with you, will unknowingly, unwittingly not be.
Yeah.
But they don't know that.
They don't know that.
Like I had this this story.
Also, when you guys like talk about third-party people, how are they going to be different than the two-party system if they end up becoming equal? Like, what is it about third party that you think is going to be different if it gets the same amount of representation in the political system? Like, I'm confused on why you think it will matter once they rise to the same prominence. Like, what is going to change about people? What's going to change about human nature that having the third party ranked up there with Republicans is going to matter? Like, I'm a little confused here. Like, okay, third party's up there. You know, Chat says third party has not to be funded by billionaires. Chet says that's the point of current movement. It's about campaign funding. Yeah, I think I think voting third party as a person can make sense because you're voting within your values. Kind of like you want to go, kind of like what I said yesterday. Like, I'm not boycotting Amazon because I care what anyone else thinks. I'm doing it so I can go to sleep at night and feel good about myself. I'm doing it because I think it's a part of harm reduction. If you vote third party because it's about harm reduction and it's about your personal values, that's great. But if you're like, other people should join me, why? What's the outcome? What do you think the outcome's going to be? Like, that's the question. Is like, I'm not, you know, I don't make prescriptions for a reason. I don't tell you to go plant-based for a reason. Somebody in my comment was like mad about me because they misinterpreted one of my videos. They're a Madeline Pendleton fan. And they're like, Brittany thinks she's vegan now because she tried it for 30 days. Madeline's been vegan her whole life. I don't give a fuck what Madeline's doing with their life. I don't care what Madeline does with their life. And I don't know why you're comparing YouTubers like as if it matters. It's not about what anyone else does. It's about what I do when I go to bed at night. Because none of this matters. We're all going to die. What matters is that you have an idea of what you're looking forward to in the future. And so I think there can be a good reason for it. I'm not arguing against third party. I don't care what you do as a third party. I just don't see what you're seeing. And I'm just saying, what are you seeing? What do you think is going to matter? You know? Chessa's third party is just a party that didn't get the power yet, but once they get there, they are just a regular party. Yeah, it just feels like what's gonna matter. The Chess says the outcome I want is a strong progressive movement. I do advocate that people vote third party in California because we are the state where progressive policies are tested. Yeah, but what happens after? Like, the world's going to be more progressive and that's going to show, but the world isn't there yet. So I get it. You do you. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I know my tonality is saying that you shouldn't do it. I'm saying politics reflects us as a whole. Chet says, what happens after what? Well, if I go to the gym every day and someone says, why are you doing that? And I say for health benefits or so I can work out, and I end up getting like a 6-pack, or I end up doing like health reasons. You know what I mean? I'm saying like, yeah, vibes. Like, I know why I'm going to the gym. Like, my autistic brain thinks with goals. If I don't know why I'm doing something, I'm not going to do it. So like, this is actually the problem with not knowing how your brain thinks, because I won't do anything. I literally won't do anything unless I know why I'm doing it. That's why when people say, Brittany, should you care about this thing? Why should I care about this thing? Otherwise, I'm not going to do it. So I'm not arguing with you like I'm not trying to challenge. I'm just trying to say, I don't understand the why. But once I understand the why, know that I will put 110% into it. But I just don't know the why yet. You know?
It's so silly. This person who, I don't even know, we were mutuals, I think. And this is like a white queer person who, you know, was like a radical leftist. I don't want to speak on their politics. I don't remember exactly how they identified politically, but hit my, wait, I'm remembering what this was about. It's kind of hot.
Wait.
This is kind of hot.
Wait.
Oh, okay. Chat, we're having like a disagreement on more than just, interesting. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Oh no, my OBS messed up. Chat says, see, I don't think our political system reflects us currently. It seems more like most Americans are anti-genocide, yet here we are. I think you're wrong. But I think you're a good person. But I think you're wrong. I think not radically accepting that most people don't care about the genocide is because it's too much to handle. I agree that if I went to people and I said, do you think genocide is wrong? They would say no. But I think they don't care. And I think that that's the point. Not educating yourself on an issue isn't always a sign that you don't care, but I think it can be an indicator. Again, categorization. I think that the election and the way that the world is a reflection of us as a whole, period. Because at the end of the day, we as an evolved species haven't evolved to this point of collective action and the way that people want, right? Oh, wait, Chad said they would say no. Sorry. If I asked them, do you have a problem with genocide? They would say yes, but their actions speak otherwise. But not because all of them intentionally are pro-genocide, but because all of them refuse to say that it's a genocide. Sorry. Chad says, what does it mean to care? That's a good question. I think it could depend on the circumstance, because we can't care about everything universally. We can't care about every genocide happening or every issue. But what we can do is when we're tackled with one that we can handle, we use that, the belief around that one genocide to reflect the other genocides. So you don't have to say, oh, well, this genocide I'm against, but am I against this genocide? We are against every genocide. All genocide bad. You don't have to pick and choose which genocide you're okay with, because all of them are bad. All genocide bad. But what people do is go, well, I can't get informed about all of it, so I'm not going to inform myself about any of it. And I'm saying pick a bubble that you can feel attached to, figure out what's wrong with that bubble, and apply the good parts to everybody else, but not all the details. So example, people starving in the streets, bad, never good. Okay, never good. Kids going without an education, never good, not good. Okay, people going without housing, not good, not good. Genocide, bad, always bad. Racism, bad, always bad. Homophobia, bad, always bad. Transphobia, bad, always bad. We don't need to have nuanced conversations about whether or not transphobia makes sense. Nope, all bad, always bad. The dilemma, and this is where we're all arguing, is transphobia bad though? Because people would argue it's good. In the same way they would argue racism is good. That's the dilemma is we are struggling with actually agreeing that racism is bad. So then I say to you, we are disagreeing on whether or not we think genocide is bad. Because at the end of the day, we have to sit here. Chat says, Brittany sharing her brave takes again. Take it easy, girl. Super brave of me. I'm so brave. Woo! I'm so brave. Discord, brave take. All genocide bad. I know. We're so brave here in this channel, So again, it's about knowing knowing how humans work, then knowing how it's applied. But this is why I don't point the fingers at just the billionaires, because they didn't just become billionaires but it really is our responsibility to educate ourselves on how they became billionaires. Nobody knows. Guys, when you learn the history of billionaires, you're like, holy shit. You're like, whoa, that's pretty fucking bad, bro. But nobody even knows that. Nobody knows how people get into power, and they don't know. Billionaires' kids cry as much as our kids. Their kids are just as valuable because they're just kids. But nobody understands the history of billionaires. How does somebody even become a billionaire? And you know why I know this? Because America, the stereotype of an American is that we're embarrassed millionaires. That we think we're going to be billionaires. My little brother said to me, I'm going to be a billionaire. Habibi, research into how people become billionaires. And then recognize that it's not good. It sounds really good though. You don't understand how good it sounds to a big part of America. Yeah, I'm going to be rich. I'm going to help people. My sibling who's I want to become a billionaire. What does he want to do with his money? He wants to pay everybody's bills. I was like, Habibi, you don't need to become a billionaire to pay people's bills. You need to make the government pay people's bills in the way that makes sense for the system to do that. And you got to get billionaires to pay their fair share of tax so we can uplift people out of poverty. See how he takes the responsibility on himself to help the world instead of advocating for a system that should be helping its people? Because that's how they get you. They say, don't rely on the system, rely on yourself. The system shouldn't have to uplift people out of poverty. You should have to do it. This is how they get you. This is how they convince you. It was never supposed to be one person lifting the world out of poverty. It was supposed to always be a collective effort. But everybody has to be participating. Chet says, I used to literally think the same way your little brother. Me too. I was like, I remember thinking like this in my 20s. It is what it is, you know? Like, it is what it is. It's the curse of capitalism. Hey, what are you going to do? Chat says, what do you think about the Diary of the CEO and how to approach people that fall into this lie? Well, the Diary of the CEO is a podcast. I've probably seen like so many of their podcasts. Tons of misinformation. Tons of dreamer mentality. They're definitely selling their audience a dream. Their experts are not experts. Some are good, some are bad. Not all their guests are horrible, but a lot of their guests are horrible. And I think at the end of the day, the creator of the Diary of the CEO is just an entrepreneur Steven, whatever his name is, he just wants to make a ton of money, right? He's one of the shark guys on the UK's version of the Shark Tank. I forget what it's, Lion's Den or something. Like, these are just money people. These people are just money people. That's all. Money is their focus. Money is their reason. Now, to be fair, Ali Abdaal said this. He said, if you don't want to make money, you won't, in a real way. And I think he's right. I identify with this. He said, if you don't care about money, like you genuinely don't really care about it, you're not going to make it. And I said, ooh, that's me. I wish I cared about money more. I used to think I cared, but I never really care about money. I mean, I care about money. Don't get me wrong. We all should care about money to a degree, but I'm not talking about caring about your job or money. I'm talking about obsession with money. The word he used was obsession. You have to be obsessed with money. I don't care that much. Do you know how many videos I put out that are demonetized? I'd rather just get the content out. I don't care. Like, I think a big part of it probably is that I don't have a family in that traditional sense. FD Signifier talked about this with Michael Burns. That FD, he will put a video up, and if it gets demonetized, he'll take it down, edit it, and put it back up. Because he has a family to feed. I don't. I don't have kids. And so I don't worry about it. I just put out the video anyways, whether I make $1 on it or no money. Because in my head, I'm like, I'll just make another video. Maybe that one pays me. And that's the thing, is like, I don't have a family to worry about. So I can have this luxury. I make enough money to pay my basics, and I live paycheck to paycheck like everybody fucking else. But like, you know what I mean? I'm not gamifying my time on YouTube yet, you know? But it is one of those things where I think all of this is about which way you're approaching the bubble. That's all this is. All of it. Our jobs, our governments, our systems, our people, our communities. How are we approaching the bubbles? You know? That's it. You know? And it's okay to want more. It's okay to want to live in luxury. It's okay to want a lot of things. Sometimes I wish I cared. Sometimes I genuinely wish I really cared about money. But I don't seem to. And I don't think I have a choice in that. I don't think I have the free will to care about it. I think I was biologically made this way. Yeah, I do. I genuinely think that's true. So it's not even like a credit to my humility or something. I don't. It's like a banana. I don't like bananas. I'm not like a better person because I don't believe in bananas. I just don't care about money. I literally just don't care. You know what I mean? Okay.
I mean, let's get the gloves.
They had made an Instagram caption, like they were really in what's the word?
And by the way, I say this, but if I ever become a billionaire or a millionaire, I will become a billionaire. But if I ever become a millionaire, that'd be really cool. But that'd be nice. I'd love to have so much money that I don't have to worry and my family can be set for many years because I invested. I would love to do that. I would do that in a heartbeat. If I could sell a book and become a millionaire, I would do it. And maybe I will do it. I think I will do it in my 40s. But I also just, I don't care enough to like gamify that particular experience past a certain threshold. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know the difference? I want to make sure the difference is clear because when I talk to capitalists about this, they go, you care about money, you want to pay rent. Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy with money. But it's just like, it's a tool. Exactly. Chet says that's my relationship with money as well. It's a tool, but no one I trade my joy for. Exactly. Not one I trade my joy for. It's a tool and I want more of the tools. I just not willing to get that tool at the expense of my joy. because I know I'm just going to be a miserable millionaire and I'm a pretty happy middle class person right now. I'm like really fucking joyful, bro. I really fucking love my life. And if I have to sacrifice this amount of joy for more money, like, nah, I'm good.
You're involved. So they were really involved in advocacy and protest work regarding Palestine, right?
Okay.
And they had made this Instagram post, and I know in some of their organizing spaces they had been critiqued. I wasn't privy, this is just what people were saying. And they had made an Instagram post with the caption saying something to them like, I'm gonna get stopped, I'm gonna get flagged at TSA. This is like a white blonde person.
Oh, goodness.
Right? You know? And I commented something, and we don't interact, but I was just like, no, you're not.
I think it's gonna be fine.
Like, I think you'll be okay. Like,
Yeah.
what are you talking, like, okay.
Yeah.
And they hit my DMs with a book.
A book?
You know, speaking on like, you know, we as comrades and, you know, and I never met, and you could have hit me up privately, and it was.
Wait, but she's not, is she talking about Madeline right now, or is she talking about somebody else? I feel like she's talking about somebody else, or is she talking about Madeline? I feel like this might be about Madeline. Hold on, I gotta rewind it now.
Oh, goodness.
Saying something teaked. And they.
Wait.
I
Okay,
mean-
let's get the gloves.
Oh, wait, I'm remembering what this was about. Who, I don't even know, we were mutuals, I think. And this is like a white queer person who.
Okay, I don't think they're talking about Madeline.
To be in community with you will unknowingly, unwittingly.
Yeah, I think they're just giving an example of somebody else, I believe.
Not me. But they don't know that.
They don't know that.
Like, I had this. This story is so silly. This person. Who, I don't even know, we were mutuals, I think. And this is like a white queer person who, you know, was like a radical leftist. I don't want to speak on their politics. I don't remember exactly how they identified politically.
See, I feel like if they're talking about Madeline, they would know this.
But hit my wait, I'm remembering what this was about. This is kind of hot.
Wait.
This is kind of hot.
Wait.
I
Okay,
mean,
let's get the gloves.
They had made an Instagram caption, like they were really in what's the word? When you're involved, so they were really involved in advocacy and protest work regarding Palestine, right?
Okay.
And they had made this Instagram post, and I know in some of their organizing spaces they had been critiqued. I wasn't privy, this is just what people were saying. And they had made an Instagram post with the caption saying something to them like, I'm gonna get stopped, I'm gonna get flagged at TSA. This is like a white blonde person.
Oh, goodness.
Right? You know? And I commented something, and we don't interact, but I was just like, no, you're not.
I think it's gonna be fine.
Like, I think you'll be okay. Like,
Yeah.
what are you talking, like, okay.
Yeah.
And they hit my DMs with a book.
A book?
You know, speaking on like, you know, we as comrades and, you know, and I never met, and you could have hit me up privately, and it was just like, okay, babes, or you could have just silently ticked the L.
Because you knew that, we all know that you are right, I fear. Yeah, I think I've had like situations like that too, I feel, where like people will come into my DMs with a book, and for me, like what it boils down to, I'm like, let's actually hop on FaceTime. Like, let's go to a coffee shop and meet up. Like, not actually.
Yeah, I know what you mean though.
But in situations like that, you know, I'm like, are you...
Hold on. Chat says, we saw what the Dems did to Bernie. Continuing to vote Dem will not liberate anyone except in comparison to the Republicans. Okay, hear me out. Bernie was great for the time, but now he's too conservative. We don't want him anyways. I don't know why we're acting like Bernie's going to help us anyways. He's not progressive enough. Period. And Bernie had no chance of winning. Nobody wanted him. Okay? Bernie, I'm sorry, nobody in my conservative bubble would ever have voted for Bernie. Because, like, Republicans are not going to vote for him. Do you know what I mean? So, like, I don't know. There's something to be said about that. Like, Bernie was cool for an era. Like, I caucused for Bernie. Like, he was cool for an era. But, like, obviously, like, this is about winning politics. And, like, Bernie is never going to win. In the same way that Harris wasn't really going to win in racist America, but there could have been a better chance. But realistically, it wasn't here. You know what I mean? So socialist is a very dirty word in America. Like, Bernie is scary to people. You know what I mean? Like, scary to people. And so it's like, that's why people voting third party feels weird. Like, it just feels like a weird decision to make when it feels like if Bernie didn't have a chance of winning, why are we even focusing on third parties? But then what does it mean to have a chance to win in America? How good of a person can you be if you have a chance of winning in America?
Viewing the people who are calling you out as comrades for real, or are you viewing them as opposition that you need to convince that you're not bad and racist?
Exactly. Where's it coming from? This nature to resolve this? Like, is it fear? that you're the problem, or is it actually?
I think it is fear. I mean, I had a really interesting conversation with my partner like some weeks ago. My partner's white, and we were having a discussion about whiteness and a lot of white supremacy, a lot of the white consciousness, and I don't mean that specific to white people. I mean the white consciousness that has infiltrated the world through colonialism and industrialism is based off of fear. It's based off of this instinct, this bodily instinct that you're threatened in some way and that you need to protect your whiteness and need to lash out and demonize anything that falls outside of the binary that you've created to protect yourself. So whiteness in and of itself is a self-soothing mechanism. And so when we see white people, or, you know, honestly, non-Black people as well, who are influenced by the ideas of whiteness and want to have proximity to whiteness, you're going to see a lot of self-soothing behaviors that for a Black person can be aggressive and can be like, whoa, where is that coming from? I think a lot of it is internalized, and a lot of times we're not even aware of it, which is why I think it's so important to be reading Black writers and not just, you know, I think when people say read Black writers, there's this assumption that's like, okay, we have to read the classics, which is true. Like we should be reading Audre Lorde and James Baldwin and all of these thinkers, but it's equally as important to be reading contemporary Black voices because the discourse is evolving, right?
Every day.
There have been decades since Audre Lorde was writing, and I hope that they would be happy to see that there's a new generation of writers.
And look, chat's saying the reason Bernie didn't get nominated is the big money donors pulled the plug on his nomination. That won't happen in the worker funded party. That's the entire point. And that's fine. If you guys want to play this bubble and do this thing, that's fine. Again, I don't care what you do, so I'm not coming for you. I'm just saying, like, as long as you know why you're doing it, that's all that matters. As long as you know why you're doing it, that's all that matters. But you are playing the game in the system as much as anybody else. I'm just saying, do you know that? You are not better than the system. You're playing within the system. Third party, still the system. So that's fine, but it feels weird to play a game in the system and then like not even try to get third place. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know, you do you. Like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm too competitive. You know, like if I feel like if I'm going to play, I'm going to win. But like also, if you feel like you're winning by the game you're playing, that's great too. Love that.
And thinkers who are like evolving this and thinking about these things in today's terms, where it's like, you know, we're talking about non-binary and white people in like socialist leftist spaces on social media. Like that's a conversation that's really specific to like this day and age. And I think if we're not reading work by people who are talking about that and are not like doing the labor to like find those magazines and support those publishers and thinkers, I think we're doing ourselves a disservice, and we're not truly can't be free without that.
Yeah, that leads me, like, what do you think about, because I feel like that ideology is true, but in a lot of ways can be co-opted by white insecurity, by white fragility. And like, you know, like this is an odd conflation, but like Madeline Pendleton in one of their response videos to Cat Black, so like, because that discourse was about, as an aside, about Cat Black was basically saying, you as a non-binary person who is not like actively transitioning has a privilege that you should recognize when you walk through spaces. And Madeline Pendleton,
what did Pendleton do?
I thought it was so funny. In the response video, they said, non-binary people don't owe you androgyny. And I was okay, we're just, okay. And my point there is like,
it's a bit funny. It's a funny answer, isn't it? This is Madeline, for people who don't know what they look like, just so this is their book. This is their vibe, just so you know. I can't remember. Are they autistic? I don't recall. I mean, you know, we love a fashionista. But this is Madeline. Okay.
That's true, right? But it felt like a co-opting, a misdirection, something disingenuous to say to distract the conversation, to derail the conversation. I feel like that same sentiment is there where people who want to be with the movement, but still I think hold some of the fears you were talking about, like white people or non-Black people, where it's like, well, Angela Davis is still alive. And we have Black writers. And it's still like, I find it difficult knowing as a Black person how to like trust, I guess. Like I'm like, because it can be so much disingenuity.
Yes, I totally agree. I grapple with that as well. I think in my own life, given like my lived experience, it's definitely hard for me to trust the average person. I mean, I spent a lot of time in like rural America working on farms last year. I met some amazing people, but also I met a lot of people who I fear show their ass. And people do just tend to, you know, you'll think you have a friend, you think you have an ally, they turn around, flash a little ass, and you're like, you're showing your ass right now. I'm like, you moved me, bitch.
You know your ass out, like, whoa.
Like ass cheeks and all.
You moved me.
You moved me.
Chat said, I know you like FKA Twigs, but this reminds me of the clip of her recently saying, "We're all the thinkers." I like her music. I don't know anything about the woman herself. I like her music. I don't know what that means. See, I get worried that people are going to think I'm endorsing. I love FKA Twigs' music. I don't know anything about the way she thinks about the world. I don't even know her politics. Okay. But she said, "We're all the thinkers." Yeah, I think that's a stupid thing to say out loud. In the same way, I think it's silly to think AI is going to replace real artists. But here we are. That's harsh. I'm sorry. I'm being harsh. I just think people who ask questions give away where they are in their life. You know what I mean? Chad says, sorry, I thought you liked her because of the joke, the year of our Lord FKA Twigs. I do like her music. Yeah, I like her art. I do. I love her art. Which can never be replaced by AI. You know?
But no, I feel like I really relate to that. I understand what you mean. I think a lot of it is like avoidance, honestly. I think it's avoiding the real work, because it's one thing to be, we see all of this with like the diversity, equity, and inclusion rollbacks that are happening right now politically, where it's like there was so much talk, so many LinkedIn posts, so many infographics, and then in the blink of an eye, the system that has always existed and continues to exist are stripping those rights away one by one, where they're coming for our healthcare, they're coming for our education, and all of those things exist largely outside of the digital sphere. Those are things that are happening on the ground in our real life, where it's like you walk into a school, you walk into a clinic, they're going to charge you $300. That's some real life shit, right? And I think it's easier to say the right things and learn the script.
Like example, I have a lot of teachers in my family, like 6 or 7 people, 8, 9, 10 if you count the people not related to me. I have a lot of teachers in my family, and a lot of them do their activism in the schools, at meetings for the union. Like, they're not on the internet. They don't have a social media presence. All the activism they're doing on behalf of their students happens physically in real life. It's not happening on the internet. So remember that. Think local, think small, get involved if that's your joy, if that's your calling. So let's move back to calling. Guys, let's zoom out and get grounded when we talk about calling, right? Have you guys heard the sentence, or is it just my bubble? In my bubble, they would say everybody has a calling. Everybody has, it's a little bit deterministicy. It's a little religious, where it says like, there's a calling. You're meant to find your calling, and then everything will fall into place. Everything about your life will make sense once you find your meaning in a sense, where you belong in the universe. And so, I think that we have to remember not everyone's meant to be an activist in the traditional sense, but everyone can be a community member in a different way. And so we have to think about what that looks like. It's one of the reasons I don't make prescriptions, because if I was to make a prescription, I would be denying you the uniqueness of your joy. If I was to make a prescription, I would be denying you your true individualistic nature as it fits into the community. There is such thing as an individual, right? There's an individual atom, right? Like, you are an individual, and yet all together we are all just these things that make up. Like, I like to think of us as like collectives that, when come together, make new form, right? But you still exist. You're all these moving parts, okay? So figure out your calling, where you're supposed to be in the universe, and what is going to coincide with your joy, and get ready, because it's probably not going to be permanent. You're probably going to be a different version of yourself in 10 years, and your joy might require different tools or different things or different identities, or, showing up in the world differently. And that's okay too, right?
Then to understand that and feel that and sit with that in your body and confront how you might be a part of it. And I think a lot of people don't want to do that work because it is hard and bad, and it's
not fun.
Yeah, it's not fun, And I think that social media kind of gives us this quick fix where it's like, we can say the right things, or like even, corporate spaces or institutions give, it's like, okay, as long as you say the right things and say like, we don't owe you androgyny, and kind of regurgitate these catchphrases that have been popularized on social media, you're kind of reaching increasing levels of abstraction, where it's like every time you're repeating it, it becomes this abstract slogan or idea, where all the while this is happening, third world people, Black people, poor people, working class people are fighting for the material tools for their survival and liberation.
Yep.
And I want to see more of those conversations happening, as opposed to like, being like what you were just talking about that internet discourse, where it's like you're attacking Black trans women in a world such as this.
In these trying times?
Yes, in this environment. Yeah. I don't know.
In this climate.
In the year of our Lord FKA Twigs?
Idea in that vein, that like, or a question about where the needle will move to once the people...
Hold on, are y'all paying... I guess like, I do pay for AI stuff on my editing software. I was like, who's paying for AI? Of course I pay for AI. Well, it goes to the people that I buy the software from. My editing software has AI features. And but I was like, who's paying for AI? Obviously, I'm paying for my editing software that now has AI features. They're great. I really like them, actually. But yeah, I guess they go to the program who created it. And what's the word I want? The tools needed in place to keep these computers cool, which is why they're an impact on the environment, obviously. And we have to think about that. Honestly, I would rather the world go plant-based so we can have AI. See, the world, we have to pick and choose our negatives, right? I think all harm is unavoidable. So I would rather we all go plant-based so we don't have that big of an impact on the environment by going AI. But people will choose both. You can't have both. You can't have your cake and eat it too, guys. We got to pick and choose. What are we doing? Like, I mean, we're not going to, though. And the world's going to destroy itself. And humans, we're going to have to, quote, start over again. And it is what it is. Hey. But if we did pick and choose, I would personally rather go plant-based and have AI than have meat and not go AI. I would rather move us forward with tech, but like go more plant-based. You know what I'm saying? Because it's good for everybody. But not everyone's going to agree. And because we can't all agree and we want the freedom to do what we want to do, we're going to all try to do everything. And then the world's going to destroy itself. And then we're going to, we're just an animal species. We're going to hit a part of our evolution where we either go extinct or we replenish the population time and time again. People
who live in abstraction, typically like white, queer people who live in abstraction, the tangible realities are less difficult. Like,
yeah.
For real. How the needle will move as this administration continues to like demonize and perpetuate violence towards the community. Like as like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what do you think the effects will be once they're it does affect?
Hold on. Chat says, doesn't the water go over the system to cool them and then is captured as condensation again? Apparently there's a badness in how the water is impacted and then goes back, or that the water evaporates and doesn't replenish, or there's some conversation about water. I don't know. I'm not an environmental scientist, but all I'm saying is, and this is what's important, it will be what it will be. It'll be what it will be. But I think we're too, I just don't think we're there as a species. Like, I really think bigger picture, we're just not where we think we are as a species. And we have to accept that. And then we can do whatever we can do individually and then, culturally. I know when I say individually, people are like, oh, don't think like an individual. When we're talking about community, you can't think as an individual. But when we're talking about going to bed at night, you are not going to bed with the community. And if you are, love that for you, but that's not what I'm doing. So I can only control what I can control within myself. So when I think about the community, I'm not just thinking about myself. When I'm thinking about what I can do, though, that is just me, because I can't force you to do what you're going to do, right?
Back down,
Yeah. Ooh, that's such a good question. One that I've asked myself many a time. And honestly, I'm not sure. I mean, I think it's interesting because so much of this, I think, is also dependent on class. I think that the more wealth you have or the more inherited wealth you have, you are insulated from the worst of the world, no matter what your race or sexuality is. I think class is one of the biggest drivers because of like injustice and violence, because like money is such an easy tool to use to like construct high barriers of entry. But what I see happening, honestly, is I think that as the system falls apart and, they're taking away the healthcare and imposing tariffs on other nations and deporting people, I think there's going to come a time where like regular Americans who are just like living in abstraction or not, just doing stuff, living their life, I believe that the things that are happening now will begin to strip away at our material circumstances. Right. And so it's like, okay, when you don't have healthcare, when the food is too expensive to afford, when climate catastrophe is ruining your house and insurance companies are pulling out last second because they don't want to pay for it and never actually had to. Once that starts affecting people on like a wider, more universal scale in America, I think we're going to start to actually see some friction, some heat, some sparks flying in a real way. Because I think, for Black and queer people, for working class people as well, or anyone who isn't working with.
Hold on, I want in on this conversation you're having in chat about art being used for profit, and if art is a money-making scheme, like a business, then it's not art. I agree with the sentiment, but I think because we all dream of being paid artists, we don't know the difference. I'll tell you the difference. The difference is when making art feels like a chore, when making art feels like gross, when making your art feels like a demand, when making your art feels like stolen valor. There's artists online who make money creating art for other people. They're not artists. They're creating a product for other people, but they are in some ways an artist. There's two types of categorizations of artists that we're really dealing with, and that's a person who creates art from within self as an expression, and person who creates art for people as a way to run business. And this is where I always struggle as a content creator, because I just heard FD Signifier talk about this, how he recently talked to CJ the X, and after talking to them, accepts that he makes art, but also gamifies the art that they make. Because I realized this for myself, because I tried to think about like all the ways I wanted to make art that felt comfortable. And I realized like, I think the best thing to do for Brittany is to separate the art I make that's about my creative expression and the art I make to be consumed. So like, one of the things I don't do, like I run my OF very specifically, like my OF is more of my artistic outlet. I don't take customs, and I don't like do requests, and I don't like, people can't demand I make something. I make what I make, and if you like it, you can buy it. And if you don't like it, kick rocks. But I'm not, OnlyFans isn't my primary job. YouTube is. So YouTube becomes much more serious to my brain as a way to pay rent than OnlyFans. OnlyFans is my time to sort of make something I think is cool and pretty. And I'm lucky that I make money doing it, but it's not my business in that traditional sense. And so I have, you know, like a minimal audience there. I make minimal income there. That's my artistic outlet that I also make money from. But it's different than YouTube, where like I'm making art, but I'm not like, this isn't my art. Like I'm not making something from deep within myself. I'm talking about trending topics in Ethan Klein. I'm talking about philosophy. I'm not making art right now. Like I'm not in that, it's not coming from me. I didn't make this amazing thing. Like I've been very critical of video essayists, not in a bad way, just like critically thinking about their work. And I wonder sometimes like, why'd you do this scene? Why are you wearing this makeup? Like a lot of video essayists dress in a particular way to get people's attention. Why are they doing it? It has nothing to do with the video they're making. They're doing it to capture your attention. It's not something they created out of a thing of like, this is going to express something I'm feeling. Do you know why? Because when we all start off organically, we are doing that. But then we actually become content creators. And then all of a sudden, that thing we were doing originally that got us popular, it doesn't work in a larger scale. It doesn't actually scale. And I know people say, yes, it does. Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. And you're lying. But you don't know you're lying. You have no idea that you're lying, but it doesn't scale. So then we run to the risk of, if it never scales, is it worth it? If this thing can't get me to like what I would get in a traditional job had I scaled, is it worth it? Because if you have a traditional job, the idea is to scale so you can have retirement, because you know we're going to get old, and so because we can't rely on the system, right? So that's kind of like the whole conversation. So again, it's a multi-layer categorization in which words are used differently via the bubble. Every bubble has a different relationship with the word. What is art? Who is an artist, and what does it mean to be an artist? Because Beyonce and Lady Gaga are artists. They're also making a product for consumption. Nicki Minaj is my favorite example. She fucking hates singing starships meant to fly. Ba-ma-ba-da. She hates it, but she has to do it because it's a part of the business deal she runs. Cardi B hates singing the PG versions, radio versions of her songs. Hates it. Has to do it. Because even though she's an artist, she's also an artist who wants to make money. You have to do it. That's a part of the gig. You want to sign with a studio, you want to sign with a record, you're going to sing the PG versions for the radio. Because that's where all the normies are going to hear you. That's where the normies are going to hear and love your music. The normies are going to sing your music with different words. You know what I mean? And that's the reality. Because at the end of the day, the record companies don't care if you're an artist. They want to make money. That's why they drop artists. Wasn't Chappell Roan wasn't Chappell literally signed to a record label that dropped her? Or is that different? Somebody else signed to a record label and then they got dropped because they weren't making money. Oh, Wisecrack. Wisecrack's whole channel just got fucking deleted because they weren't making enough money for the studio. That's why I'm watching Michael Burns as an independent content creator. And he even said with FD Signifier, it's hard to work this hard to make content and realize you don't make a lot of money. Like most content creators, are not making the money you think they're making. And that's the problem. Even, oh my God, this is so prevalent to what I was just listening to with them doing a collab the other day. Yeah, that's why FD Signifier, when he puts out a video and it gets demonetized, he takes it back down, edits it, and puts it back up because he can't risk losing the time on the monetization. Because at the end of the day, he has kids to feed. He's got a family to protect. The luxury of an artist is that we can die poor. The lack of luxury for a successful artist is that people start to depend on you. You're the family member in your family that actually started to make money. Now they're going to ask you for money. Now, oh, you made it? Now your family members that you haven't even talked to in 20 years, they're going to start asking you for money. And there's something about that that's really scary to a lot of us. A lot of us won't even get famous or tell our family we made money because we don't want to talk to those family members. And that's something too that I think is funny. Now I'm ranting, so we're going to go back to the video, but thank you for the conversation, guys.
Like the cushion of wealth, we're feeling that. Like we're feeling those attacks to.
It's hot.
Yeah, it's hot. It's hot in
For
here.
sure.
The heat is rising.
For sure.
I don't think the heat is rising for everyone though. I think it's one thing to have the luxury to like talk about it and theorize, but I think we're going to be forced into praxis, into the real work that it takes.
Sorry, one last thing. I don't think any of it matters, and I don't think you're a bad person if you sell an item, and I don't think you're a bad person if you're an artist, and I think you're an artist either way. You're just a different category of artist, and I'm not judging which one you choose. All of them are good options.
Like, establish our sovereignty over ourselves and to choose our right to like live and have food and have a strong community. But I think it's going to take a lot of heat to get that to a place where that's happening for everyone, I fear.
No, I absolutely agree. And it's something I even like pondered over in the first episode with Nussie, where I'm like, you think we actually don't do it? Like, but
yeah.
love.
I mean, I think a lot of people won't do it. I think it's just like human nature in a way for people to not do it until they have to. And I think that goes with like even this conversation about political discourse, because it's like, it's if you're not going to confront the intersection between, if you don't have to confront the intersection between like gender and race, if you don't have to think about how the experience of Black people is different from you and sit with that guilt and shame, then why would you? Same thing where it's like,
whoa,
or and I think the answer of like why should you is because it is going to affect all of us. The abuse that's enacted against Black people is like a trial run for what will be done to the working class and white Americans. Like, to the ruling billionaires and politicians, that shit do not make a difference, I fear. But yeah, I hope we're going to do it. I'm trying to do it. Peace, yes, so much love, just
so much
kidding.
peace and love. We're just doing it. Like,
yeah, it's been done.
It's not a euphemism.
It's been done. It's actually past tense completed.
It's over already.
It's over.
Did you that? You want to see me do it again? Like,
yeah. Oh god, wait, love that we're in the socialist utopia right now.
I just got here.
Pendleton? Was it Pendleton? Pendleton is our leader. We're marching.
President Pendleton.
President Pendleton.
Oh my god. I love them just asking, like, Ava, could you solve like the global crisis? But I'm interested in hearing your perspective on some of the tactics I think that are coming up socially.
Hold on, I want to read some of these comments. Let's see. Something I've noticed online is whenever a Black woman talks about microaggressions, she expressed a bunch of white people start coming at her with AAV and calling her sis. It's so condescending. The point about white leftists or socialists reading Black authors was great, especially current Black authors today, due to conversations evolving. It made me think of that one TikToker that was called out during the elections and immediately started posting books he's read by classic Black authors. Loki gives "I'm not racist, anti-Black, I have Black friends," but in a literary way. Let's see. I'm a Black cishet woman with two Black queer siblings. Maybe it's just where I live, but it feels like there are hardly any Black queer siblings. All the queer spaces I'm aware of are, what's this word? Unmelanated. Good job, Brittany. And Black spaces are predominantly cishet. They are a minority within a minority. I mean, hey, talk about bubbles. Talk about bubbles, right? Oh, look, there's my own stream going. Asian queer here in America, and thank you for this. It's hard to be in non-queer spaces due to the homophobia, but when in queer spaces, then I have to deal with racism and classism. Hey, I saw a TikTok that was like, when I meet another gay person, but they're a normie gay and not like an autistic, queer, socialist gay. And I was like, yeah, gay people are stereotyped to make a lot of money because gay people play into capitalism pretty fucking well. A lot of gay people are very fucking rich. And so like, we have to remember like which gay minority are you hanging out with? Yeah, kind of interesting.
Socially and culturally that I think the powers that be are using to create distractions, discourse, discontent among.
Wait, chat, you're confusing me. Why would you not make money off of art? You're saying this is my art, you can have it for free, and this is how I make money, and do not mix them. I mean, you can do things separately, but are you saying that people shouldn't be an artist who makes money off their art? Because like you can be an artist who makes money off your art as long as you're not making art to make money. Here's the difference. If you're a painter who makes a beautiful painting and you're ready to let go of it and give it to somebody else, they should pay you for it. But if you make art to pay your rent, that's going to be different than my art pays my rent. Is that what you mean? Are we on the same page? Am I picking up what you're putting down? Because like there was a furry artist on, there's a lot of furry artists who make a lot of furry art, not because they want to make furry art, because it pays it bought their house. Like some people are buying their houses, making furry porn for people. It's not their art, but their art isn't selling the way furry art is selling. So I would argue that they are making art to pay their rent is separate from them making art that might not pay their rent, but on occasion they might get paid for. Is that what we're talking about? Is that kind of the difference? You know what I mean?
Amongst people who have, people on the left and right who have shared interests, who have way more in common than anybody up there, right?
Yeah.
And you're also a Tisch grad. I can't believe it took me this long to say another Tisch grad.
Yes.
And I feel like there was this TikTok trend, I'll insert it, where, you know, like typically students from Gallatin, if you don't know, Gallatin is a school you can make your own degree, are at graduation talking about their degrees, just being like, I got my degree in this. And if you don't know, a lot of Gallatin degrees, I'm gonna insert it.
My name's Nikki. I'm studying Latin American women in visual culture.
Hey, my name's Brad. I'll just have a iced oat milk latte, grande, please.
But yeah, they're pretty creative, they're pretty different.
Yes.
But I also, like, I know people in those videos, I know what they're doing with their degrees, I know they're doing amazing, valuable as fuck things.
Yeah.
It's okay and legal to be an expert.
Great point. Chad says artists monetizing get more flack than doctors monetizing. It's kind of funny to think about. That is kind of funny to think about.
In something.
It actually is legal.
Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't taken that away from us
Not yet, but they're trying. Like, the thing is, these people, these white men, typically, I want to say from like Silicon Valley or Middle America, will stitch them and be like, oh, actually, I wanted foam in my coffee, or you can drop me off at the corner. This is a thing.
Oh
and
my
they
God.
get a lot of engagement. Like, it seems like a real, some type of, what is the word, division?
Hey guys, if you're just coming into stream, PS, I'm putting my podcast on a separate channel now. Go subscribe to that channel. It's a new thing. I'm transitioning into it. Support my autistic brain by allowing me to do this. Apparently, it's what all the big YouTubers are doing, and I'm the last one to do it. But talk about making money by making art. My podcast is confusing the algorithm. My channel is confusing it. If you're a streamer, you gotta have a streamer channel. Like, this is a suggestion I saw from bigger YouTubers, including FT Signifier, who said, don't confuse the algorithm. Don't piss off the algorithm. He has a whole new streaming channel just to stream because he didn't want to risk it on his main channel. So please go join that channel. I'm going to have the podcast up on that channel, singular, weekly edited podcasts with like specific topics, autistic stuff, sex work stuff, political stuff, but like political philosophy stuff. And then trending topics, politics, philosophy in real time. That's going to be on this channel. Okay. So this channel, stream clips, stream topics, content on movies, TV shows, BoJack, all that stuff, but podcasts specifically on that secondary channel. Go check it out.
Divide and conquer.
It's some sort of tactic around division where clearly, people are seeing these young people on the coast getting what they see as like elitist degrees that do nothing when really, and they're also speaking to a level of class.
Oh, you want to talk about branding? Chad says, Brittany, don't know if you still make porn, but do you do that purely for money or for art or for both? In a past life or in a different life, I would have been an erotic artist full time. I like doing it part time. I still like doing it. I can't tell you how deeply there's a part of me that wants to spend thousands of dollars on pretty shiny clothing to make beautiful, like creative photo shoots with. Like, I can't even explain to you how deeply my body cries out for a desire to just create beautiful photography. Well, specifically like shoots. Not that I'm a good photographer, but like the thing I want to create is the thing that's getting photographed. You know what I mean? But I can't do it full time because I'm not creative full time like that. I burn out. But YouTube, I can do it more than I can do that full time. That, yeah, I'm not always like in the mood or creative enough. Like I'm not always in the mood to do something erotic. I have to be like in the creative, like it has to come to me in spirit. And then I'm like, oh, I know what I'm going to do. And then I make it. Right? But when YouTube, I could do it all day, every day, girl. I'm always doing YouTube stuff every day, all day. But so yeah, I do it from an artistic perspective and I do make money doing it, but it's not my primary job. But sometimes I wish I could do it full time, but I know I don't feel creative all the time. I know it has to come to me. And you can't pay your rent on something that needs to come to you periodically when you're inspired. You got to pay your rent with something you can do all the time. And I just can't do it all the time. I'm not always inspired all the time, you know? But talking about trending topics, girl, I talk about that for free with my partner every day. So I might as well get paid.
They are assuming these students have that, you know, and a lot of the people in these videos are like first-gen American, whatever.
Yeah.
There's a lot of nuance to it.
Oh, wait, chat says, is it the earning potential of the full-time OF content creation way ahead of the full-time YouTube? Both can make a lot of money. It's just depending on which one you're going to spend time doing. Both have audiences. I mean, everything has an audience. You just got to dedicate your time to it, right? You know? Chad says, Brittany, let's imagine a hypothetical scenario where all your expenses are covered and you don't have to worry about money, even if your life, even in your life, what would you be doing? Exclusively porn, politics, philosophy, or all? I'd be doing exactly what I'm doing right now. I would be doing exactly what I'm doing right now. The only thing I would do different is I would actually take a day off and never work it. I would actually just like probably see my family more. But I would do exactly what I'm doing now. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm living the life. I'm doing the life I have now. I want to do this for the rest of my life. My life is literally exactly what I want it to be. I wake up every day and I do what I want. I go to bed every day and I do what I want. And I just would love to not be paycheck to paycheck like I'm sure most people would like. I would love to have a savings. I would love to have a house. I would love to have, you know, a retirement. But like, yeah, I want to do exactly what I'm doing now. I'd probably do more OF shoots because I'd have more money to spend on cute clothes. Because remember, so much of the art you're creating is like on the aesthetic. Like I'm inspired sometimes to do art based off of the materials I can create to make that art. And then if I had all the money in the world, I would hire like seamstress and local fashion designers here in Croatia who like are independent artists themselves to make me the clothing to wear in my shoots. Because that's what the dream is. The dream is to have enough money to pay independent artists to create works for you. Because I think people forget how poor everybody is until they're not. Everybody isn't poor until they're not. So like, I was watching a Vogue documentary and Alexander McQueen was so poor before until he wasn't. And then he died. But Alexander McQueen and all these people you think are famous and you know who they are now. Yeah, at one point they were literally sleeping on people's couches and had no money. And then they had one opportunity at one networking gig and one chance, and that one chance worked. And who would have known, right? But it was a lot of, before that one chance worked, there were thousands of failures. You know what I'm saying? And then boom. So yeah, I think about that all the time. It's not about your success now. It's about putting in the effort for something to happen at the right time, at the right moment later. I genuinely think my mid-40s is going to be everything I'm building up to. Guys, I feel like I'm at the beginning of my journey and I'm doing pretty good for the beginning of a journey. I'm pretty happy for somebody at the beginning. Like I'm at the mid-beginning of the journey. So the beginning was really all the bad stuff that happened in my life. Now I'm like, okay, at the beginning of a real career, and I'm still at the baby steps of my career. I'm only 5 years into really dedicating my life to this channel, like in a real focused way. And look at me finally transitioning to having 2 channels, which I should have done 5 years ago. But as an autistic person, what I've learned about us is that we're late bloomers. We do everything slower than everybody else, but that's why it happens for us later in life a lot of the time. So I'm okay with being a late bloomer. 45, I'm telling you, by 45, I will not only not be paycheck to paycheck, but I will have those very simple things that I wish to have in a way that won't slow me down. Girl, I'm going to be fashionable and fabulous at 45 because I'm going to have the money to be in a way that's going to not feel like I sold my soul out to get it earlier. I think I thought I had to get it young, but what I realized is that 45 is pretty young. 45 is pretty young. You know, my parents are 65 and they're living a pretty good life. So if I could get it at 45, that's pretty young, you know?
But like I really saw it as a tactic driven in like trying to demonize the liberal arts. Soft skills, like we were talking about.
Yeah, soft skills.
Or even like being really invested in one thing.
Yeah.
And being really understanding, being an expert in one thing. I think right now the culture is trying to demonize, like think about how the nose lady, so disrespectful. You know what I'm talking about though?
The nose lady?
She went viral on.
Oh, wait, I'm really interested in this segment. Chet says Noah's streaming. Okay, good to know. And yes, guys, I'm on 2 channels now. The podcast is on a separate channel. I'm excited to see who ends up showing up because of that change. I'm excited to grow that audience. But this is the stream channel with clips, media, all that stuff. And then the podcast channel is a separate one now, starting this Monday. Listen to this segment, though.
Twitter for writing a dissertation for her PhD on the pretty much raciality and class implications of scent.
Oh,
you didn't hear about this?
No.
Very interesting.
I deleted X.
Oh, no, that's so real. That's so real. But she got ate up for it. And I think that's a further perpetuation of the ways that the culture is trying to be like, stop learning and go get a job in tech. Like, go get a tangible skill.
One of the things I love about this is something I'm doing for myself. I really recommend you think about it, is actually focusing on one specific thing as like your moneymaker, your career, and not to, because that's what I was doing. I think my channel was like this variety channel, but not only does the audience not respond to that, generally speaking, but like you yourself, I noticed, this is just for myself, I noticed I was failing to learn. In the last 2 weeks or so, I caught myself failing to learn things. And I was like, oh, Brittany, catch yourself, girl, before it gets too far. And I realized, oh, I had gotten into that cycle of only learning about a thing for the 20 minutes I needed to know about it and then forgetting it. And I was like, oh, that's how they get you. That's how they get you. So I need to remember when I'm learning about something to really learn about it. You don't have to be an expert, but you should know what you've learned. So I've been giving myself tasks to say, okay, Brittany, we learned this today. Now, what can you recall from what we learned today? Because I also noticed that my recollection is poor as I get older, which is pretty normal. And I wanted to make sure that I wasn't falling into, yes, chat, content brain, or I wasn't falling into forgetting to practice what I've learned. So I've been doing it with myself, just like you did in school as a kid. Practice what you learn and don't just memorize. Practice what you learn and don't just memorize. Practice makes permanent, so make sure you're practicing correctly. Practice makes permanent, so make sure you're practicing correctly. And I want to make sure I'm actually learning what I'm digesting instead of just digesting and throwing it away, you know?
So as a writer, how do you make sense of that in the culture? Why do you think it's happening? How do you feel about it? How do you respond to it?
Yeah. Okay. I will preface this to say, one of my side quests is I did work in finance. So I feel like, this is an interesting question for me because I've worked in finance. Last year, I was working on farms for 8 or 9 months, and hopefully I can do that again this year once the growing season starts.
I love how outdoorsy and farm oriented she is. That's so great.
But also throughout my life, I literally went to NYU and got a more useless degree than any Gallatin degree, which is film production. Sorry to my but not useless. But I think there's a lot going on.
These girls look so young. How many things have they accomplished in their life? Oh my gosh. They look like they're 21. How have they done all these things?
And stuff and things like that. I think that there's this in the idea of the American dream and the ideal American life, a lot of it is based around labor. And I think this idea of labor, what labor is right, what labor is wrong, is really interesting because all of these divide and conquer tactics, I do think are just that, a way to divide the working class and allow us to see ourselves as different, where in the same way we all only really have one tool if we're not billionaires, which is our labor and is our buying power, right? Real. So all of these discussions around oh, this is a fake degree, fake job, or even like sometimes like on our side of things where like we're not really thinking about farmers, we're not really thinking about blue collar workers who are fighting to unionize and fighting to get rights because a lot of the bigger firms and companies won't hire union workers. There's a lot going on in like the labor space right now. And I think like all of, that TikTok trend is a diversion from the...
It's difficult because from the plant-based vegan bubble, it's hard to be excited about farming when it comes at the expense of animals. But then to encourage farmers to transfer to a plant-based farm would kind of be the goal. So it's interesting how our goals mismatch, but ultimately it's about doing the right thing on behalf of the living people used for labor. So vegans philosophically don't believe that animals are here for labor, but humans use them as a form of labor, right? Whether it's an elephant or an ox being used to pull something heavy, or it's their bodies being used for consumption, right? Ultimately, we're fighting for people not to be misused because they are labor. And maybe human beings aren't here for us to exploit their labor, but we're here to participate in labor in a community sense that's beneficial for everybody. Because remember, when you guys say we need to be a community, that still involves labor. It's just we want to have a cohesive, symbiotic, beautiful, positive relationship with labor. Our labor is meaningful. Our labor is, people are grateful for our labor. Our labor is worthy. Our labor gives us meaning versus the way that it's set up now. You feel useless. You feel like it doesn't matter. You feel like you can't pay your bills. You feel like you're just being used and abused. You're not being validated for your labor. Oh, you're an artist. Who cares about that? Oh, you work minimum wage. You're useless. Oh, you're like, your labor doesn't count. You're a janitor. Oh my God, you work at Walmart. How hard is that? We demean all or specific forms of labor because it doesn't match sort of like the dream, or we're ashamed at the form of labor we perform, whether you're a janitor or a sex worker, because people decide it's not a good form of labor. The worst form of labor is one that exploits, not the one that like has, in my ideal world, we would be uplifted. Like I could never imagine a world where Britney's world existed and people who cleaned weren't seen as like one of the most important parts of society. You're saying that people that bring sanitation to the world aren't some of the most important people? People who don't clean hospitals, keep things safe and sanitary, they're like the most important part of things. We're talking about COVID and keeping things clean and not letting viruses spread. And then you're sitting here and talking shit about people who clean? Like, that's the part that I think exhausts me about human beings is we don't understand how important everybody is, but we don't understand how vital these it's like the argument against spoons are leaving me. It's like the conversation around mothers. If you don't know how often, let's say traditional binary home existing, a mother cleans, you'll think it's not that big of a deal to be a stay-at-home mom until that stay-at-home parent, let's say we take gender out of it, stay-at-home parent stops cleaning, stops doing their daily tasks. And then you realize like, oh my gosh, the joke in my household is we must have a third roommate because the dishes pile up. Like there's multiple adults living in this home. Because when I cook, I use like 20 dishes and I'm not in charge of the household chores, though I do help. Like I vacuum on Saturdays and I do dishes when I'm bored, but I'm not like in charge. They're not technically my area of focus. But the joke is my partner will clean the kitchen and then I'll cook in it. And then my partner's like, oh, I'm sorry. Did you just decide to use every dish? And I was like, well, this is by the way, a feedback I've gotten from every person I've ever lived with, that every person, family, lovers, partners, they're like, Brittany, to make a bowl of cereal, will literally use 5 spoons and 2 bowls. Don't ask me how it happens. But somehow it does happen. And I can't explain it. I literally can't tell you how it happens, but it happens. Brittany, when I make a salad, I use a mixing bowl, which is a big bowl, and then I mix everything and then I put it into a smaller bowl. But then sometimes I put it into the bowl and I decide, that's not the vibe. And then I put it into a plate. And then I go, I like this spoon, but actually I don't like this spoon. I want my other favorite spoon. And then I throw that spoon in the sink and then I get the spoon I actually wanted to use. Okay, you know what I mean? It's just like, okay, anyways, listen, what are you gonna do? Hey, what are you gonna do?
The real like attacks on the working class that are happening right now that affect all of us.
So true.
I think that yeah, that's honestly like, that's my take on it, because I think that you need all types. Like when I was in finance, I feel like the work I was doing was like,
or like, okay, do you know what my worst habit is? I'm probably oversharing, but you know what my worst habit is we both, and I think this is neurodivergence, we don't always see the mess. I opened up a tea bag today to make my tea and I spilled it and I thought I cleaned it all up. Guys, listen to me when I say this. I legit wiped down the counter, thought I cleaned it all up. I left to do stream. I did stream. I came back to the kitchen and there was all of this green tea still on the floor. And I was like, how did I miss this when I cleaned? And I asked my partner, like, did you even, my partner we didn't even see it. Like it was all over the floor. And I was like, I really think we experience like a blindness that happens. Like there is a phenomenon, right? What's it called, guys? There is a word for it where like, I don't see it. And then I have to tell myself, look around and see it. And I can't believe I missed it when I initially, tunnel vision. I get like this, boom, and it's like, I don't see it. And it's crazy. Like I was shook when I came back and I've quickly, swept it up and I was like, how did I do that? Isn't that crazy? But that's really what's happening in my brain. No, Chet says Alzheimer's. Stop. Seriously though, I'm mentally preparing for Alzheimer's dementia. I'm forgetting memories. Like I'm preparing for it. Don't worry, it's gonna be fine. But like I am starting to forget memories and I'm like, is this COVID? Because long COVID does impact your brain. And my partner's like, it's really kind of crazy that you can't remember this memory. You told me this story. And I was like, yeah, you're right. I did tell you that story. That's a real story. Why can't I remember the story I told you? And I'm like, uh-oh. Anyways, so this is just I'm just saying, if I get Alzheimer's, know that my grandma had it. So I'm prepared mentally. But girl, sometimes I wonder.
At least as meaningful as the work I do as a writer, at least. And I think a lot of times there's these like shadowy realms of like, what is this person doing? Or like, what are real workers supposed to do? Like when you actually think like, what are the tasks that you are doing?
Yeah.
It's like a lot of it is meaningless because you're just trying to reach your 40 hours that you need to get healthcare and a salary.
Real.
For me, that's the real problem. So that's affecting workers across all sectors and industries, whether you have like a long form major from Gallatin or whether you didn't go to college and are working at Target, like you're still being exploited. You're still like at the whims of the ruling class and the working class. And it's like, it's time for us to start having those conversations. But I feel like those conversations don't happen for real on social media as much because increasingly these platforms are owned and controlled by the working and ruling class because they're picking up on it. And so now we're seeing meaningless dribble such as like foam my coffee, whatever, foam your own fucking coffee and start, make it unionized.
Yeah, that's such an important point. That is like, even I'm over here, I think my brain is always trying to understand what the opposition is saying and always trying to be like, okay, but like you're thinking that because of like this divide in like culture, regionality, race, like there's so many, but it's like, yeah, actually fuck all of that. It's like, actually, like, can any of us pay our bills? Can you pay your bills, Brad? Okay, so like, let's.
Ooh, I see your guys' chat. Okay, I'll check out that podcast. And noted on memory isn't stored in the brain. It's created through connections to your senses. You remember things when similar elements that were present when the memory formed became present again. Well, that's the thing. The way I know, like, I know that's true because when I remember a memory, I have an image in my head that takes me back to that memory, but I couldn't recall the imagery. And so it was throwing me off a lot. But yeah, memories really do come back. It is kind of crazy.
Work together. Let's talk about it. You don't have to be mad about my degree. Like, we just need to lower the price of groceries.
I think there's
like I've been prompting you a lot with like.
And Dr. Gurkanda talks about how flawed our memory is, and not a way to gaslight yourself, because I don't want evil people to use that against you and say like, do you even remember? Are you sure that happened? I want you to understand that it's okay that we don't remember things perfectly. What matters is that you aren't being malicious in your mismemory, right? And that people aren't using it against you because they're going through it as well.
This is such a fun game. I'm just like, here's something I saw on social media, Ava, please make sense of it. But another thing I saw on social media that I wanted to take on is there was this discourse happening a couple weeks back, specifically with like within Black queer circles, talking about why so many prolific critical thinkers and like James Baldwin, Lorraine Hansberry, most married and had white partners.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, I do have a white partner. But no, but I'm just gonna say I'm gonna be real. I really think that is like very interesting. I read Xavier's post about it, and
Check out Xavier's post.
yes,
I'm looking, actually.
yes, on Substack, and I think he did a great job of like kind of explaining that. What was the point that they made that really stood out to me from that? One thing that they said was like, what are Xavier's pronouns?
He, they.
Okay, yes, that's what I thought. Yes, but he was talking about how like a lot of times as especially Black people who are doing like community organizing work or like literature work, I think it's a very vulnerable position to be in. Like whether you're a content creator who's doing like really important things, or a community organizer who's really like genuinely wants to make the world better, as I assume like James Baldwin and Lorraine Hansberry all did, and as they did in the world.
Literally.
I think it's a very vulnerable position to.
Yeah. I've been thinking about James Baldwin a lot. Gay, prominent writer, Black, left America, didn't live in America. I think about that often, about the idea that like, even though a lot of people won't know his name eventually or know his real story, and we don't ever know anyone's real story, he did change the world. At least the world that he impacted. And it's weird because we never really changed the world, but we changed the part of our world that changes the part of the world that changes the part of the world, you know? Chet says he did come back to America after leaving. Really? I thought he didn't. I thought he died. I thought I read that he died outside of America. Did he die here? I thought he died out. My bad. I thought he died outside of America. I must have misremembered. Why did I think that? Yeah, I must have misremembered. I thought he did die outside of America. Well, either way, he did impact the part of the world that impacted the part of the world. And, you know, talk about a butterfly effect, you know?
To be in, and I think that sometimes
I'll Google. Let me see.
Can feel like a white partner can almost offer protection to the assaults on your Blackness.
Yeah, he died in France. My bad. Sorry, I was right. Okay, he died in France. Sorry, I was talking about my memory and how bad it was, and for a second, I almost like Discord gaslight me. Discord, wow, Discord. Thanks. Just kidding. I'm being sarcastic. All right, he died in France. Oui.
And I think that there is still these, you know, on one end, it's like we like who we like, and sometimes people come into our lives, and it's amazing. When I broke up with when my ex and I broke up, let me get the passive stop. I was like, oh, I'm not dating another white person. Like, I told myself that. I was like,
I'm there right now.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not going to do it. And then.
Yeah, in the same way all of us pansexuals go, we're never going to date another man. You don't get to choose who you fall in love with, guys. It's not a choice who you fall in love with. It is a choice who you build a life with, though. You do not choose what consciousness you have a deep connection to. You simply choose to explore it or not explore it. That's why the love of our life doesn't look like any particular way. The love of our life will show up the way they show up. You can engage with it or not. You know?
You know, because I just...
Love is love.
Love is love. And like, if you meet a person who makes you feel safe and protected and trusted, I think that should be the answer, and that should be it. And I'm also biracial, so I will say that I'm...
It's legal.
It's legal. It's legal. Maybe it shouldn't be, but it is.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
I think there's something there, even potentially, I don't know, I'm just meandering, but the idea of like tangible realities and the tangible impact of like these incredibly talented and integral creatives and thinkers who did a lot for the community. I think it's obviously like an interesting observation, but I also think there became in the essence of the debate, a morality judgment on people that did way more than a lot of y'all on Twitter.com will never do. I won't politics.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of, there's a lot of that like criticism.
Chet said, who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Are you talking to me or somebody else? Are you talking about my statement of like, you fall in love with somebody, it doesn't mean you have to be with them? I just mean that as a fact. I'm just making a statement of fact.
And morality attached to interracial dating, and that's something that's always upset me. Because I'm like, that's not a way, like, what is your goal, right? That's not really a way to, you know? And I think, like, desirability still plays into, like, so much of who we're attracted to and why we're attracted to people and why we react to things a certain way. And I think it's okay to hold space for that and to be kind to people who are in interracial relationships. Because it's like, for me, the issue with, I only have an issue with interracial relationships if, like, you're dating a white person and you're, like, propagating like anti-blackness as far as like desirability and
whether internally or externally.
Exactly. But I'm like, if you are a black person who's dating someone who's not black and you're contributing to your community, have friends who are black, hopefully, and like are engaging with Black people's liberation.
Oh, who was I talking about? James Baldwin. I got you. Chat said I was confused too, but I think she's talking about the gay man. James Baldwin, author, activist, homosexual. James Baldwin. Look him up. Watch his conversations on YouTube. Yeah, no, the one who died. Yeah. Thank you for asking. Go look up James Baldwin on YouTube. Watch his conversations. They're amazing.
And well-being, then I think it's a bit unfair to demonize it. I'm like, why are we doing that?
I mean, they're bringing somebody who could stand on the front lines. That's important. We need that partner. Get in front of me. You know what I'm saying? Bring them.
Yeah. And I think it's like, I don't know, whenever a Black person finds love or joy, I'm like, good for y'all. Good for you.
I say Black women go where you're loved. I always say that. Especially, I think a lot of people, I think these discussions frustrate me more in a specifically lesbian context because I'm like, y'all, there's really like, it's very slim pickings, I fear. Like, not even. And
I agree. And I think that sometimes in the community, in the Black community, we hold ourselves to really high standards. Like, there's definitely been like times where like, in my relationships with Black people, like romantic relationships, I've been scrutinized for like how I wear my hair and my style and the way that I speak and like, for just being like not Black enough or whatever, where like, I'm like, what does that even mean? Like, that's a whole other conversation.
4 minutes.
Yes, we have 4 minutes. But I think that we hold ourselves to really high standards, and sometimes I think that if you're already a perfectionist and already trying to like do the best you can for your community, experiencing that in an interpersonal romantic relationship is just an added stress. So I think maybe that could play a part in it. I'm not sure, but it's definitely something that like I've seen where it's like we need to get better at accepting each other within the Black community. I'm not talking about, I'm not like police, or just within any community, but like accepting each other as we are.
Absolutely.
And as we show up, where it's like, okay, if my edges aren't laid, or if I don't have what you think, if I don't speak in the way you think other Black people should speak, like, that was a convoluted sentence.
No, I get what you mean though.
I'm like, I should still be deserving of love. All Black people should still be deserving of love, no matter what, right? So I think that some of us are still dealing with that internalized anti-Blackness in that way. And I think with white people, they're dealing with such a whole other realm that, I don't know. I just think that could play a part in it too.
No, I agree. It's all that fear. It's just, it's directed on us in a way, and it's perpetuated by them, like white people, I mean. But it's still like, I was gonna say, it seems so, like another discourse.
Tell me.
But like, there was this girl who got on TikTok crying because her gym crush basically played her. Asked her on a little date.
As gym crushes do. Never trust a gym crush. If that's the one thing y'all take away from this.
Maybe I'll insert it, but like, she's crying, she's upset.
I kind of was in my head like, oh, you can respond when it comes to something sexual, but you can't respond with me just wanting to spend genuine time with your dumb ass. I did cry. I cried on the Stairmaster and I cried on the fucking goddamn treadmill. I almost had a panic attack. Not because he was talking to a girl. It was the fact that in that moment, I realized that he did not see me as a person. He did not value me as a person. He just saw me as someone who could boost his ego when he needed it, and hopefully a quick fuck in his book.
Is that legal? Tell me right now, is that legal, what I just said?
That's legal.
I think that's legal.
That's
right?
legal.
To be upset about your gym crush playing in your face and like just trying to fuck and then posting a TikTok about it. Maybe
Yeah, I mean, it's upsetting in general. It's, you know what's upsetting? Being objectified. It's just upsetting. There. Wow. Brave take, Brittany. Being objectified feels bad. It just sucks. It sucks all around. It just sucks. Yeah, it doesn't feel good. Chad said, Brittany, hypothetically, if you had Alzheimer's and your partner wouldn't be willing to take care of you, would that eliminate him from being your high compatibility partner? Yes. We talked about that during courting. That was one of the conversations we had, and I think you should have them because statistically, male partners do leave their female partners, and female partners stay, but you know they're not exactly happy. You want to make sure that when you are at your most vulnerable, the person you're with is actually going to protect you, which is why it can be very scary to put your family members in homes or facilities because those people aren't necessarily going to protect your loved ones the way you would. And so, yeah, we've talked about this. I recommend talking about this. I've also told him that if I get Alzheimer's or dementia, I want to advocate to get unalived by the government. And we're okay with that. We want to pursue that. If that happens, we already have a plan. And that's something that's desirable to us as a couple. Is I would rather not exist with Alzheimer's and dementia for very long. Once I'm unable to work, once I'm unable to participate in my life, I would like to pursue that. There are places in Europe that will do it. So, because we're part of the EU, I think we'll have access to those resources. Yeah, so that was very important because I've had this opinion for many, many years, like 15, 20 years. So anybody that I dated had to be okay with that. One of the allowances that I have made an allowance for is that should we be at an age in which technology is at the brink of curing or finding an avenue to better Alzheimer's and dementia, he can keep me alive, but he better take care of me. And if he puts me in a home or a facility, I'm going to haunt him for the rest of his fucking life. Okay. The reason I talk about it on stream as well is because this is my legal footprint, right? Like, this is my legal footprint of like, hey, Brittany has videos. She's talked about it. Her audience knows. Strangers on the internet know this is Brittany's wish. This is my wish. This is my wish. It is also my wish that if I was to be pregnant and it was my life or the fetuses, you better save my life, girl. With peace and love, you better save my life. With peace and love. Though if the quality of my life will be worse than the babies, you might want to save the babies. If the quality of my life is severely bad, but the babies won't be, you save the baby. Okay. There you go. Chat says, would your in-laws, if capable, also be a part of the care alongside your partner? No. Like, my in-laws wouldn't need to take care. We wouldn't want to create a world. And that's also why I think we want financial autonomy or a little bit of independence, is because we wouldn't want to have other people sort of take responsibility for that care, even though we as the children would want to care for our in-laws. So I've already talked to my mother-in-law about this a lot. Like, what do you want me to do when you're old? Do you want to go to a home or do you want to stay with us? We assume you'll live longer than the dad. So where would you like to be? And we've talked about that. They're very independent people. They're always sending us pictures of on adventures. They're always like they're very physically healthy and active. But we're, we talk about these things openly as a family, right? And I talk very openly with my family about it as well. Yeah. Chess says, have you and your partner established any methods of determining your mental state of being so they know whether you're in your right mind or not? I mean, I think we naturally definitely have we naturally know each other when we're in a better state of being, but also we utilize a lot of like language differences that help. Like, we safe word, we talk things out, we're very communicative. I think it would be very obvious to us if we were out of sync with our right mind. And we both trust each other to go to the doctor. So that's why we say, if I woke up tomorrow and said, I think I want to be Catholic, they'd be like, okay, we should go to the doctor. Because that would be very out of character for me. I am a very consistent person. It would be very out of character for me to wake up tomorrow and be like, I want to be Catholic. So we would know something was going on, or we would be like, oh, that's really interesting. How'd you come to that conclusion? I think we have enough things in place right now, but who knows if they'll be sufficient or not when the time comes. But I do think we have enough things in place right now to tell if one of us is out of sync with our most grounded self. But also, I think because we so aggressively trust each other to be like, hey, I'm worried about you, it's also easier because it doesn't feel like an attack. It doesn't feel like they're gaslighting me into thinking I'm losing my mind. It feels like they're pointing out something that they're really concerned about, right? Chad says, would your partner be okay with it too, to unalive you medically? Yeah, like my partner is yes, they are in agreement that I have the right to end my life medically through the government's assistance should I end up with an illness and go down that path. But they can keep me alive, like I said, because they're a very big like love life kind of person, that if there's medicine that could be just around the corner, they can keep me alive as long as they take care of me. But if they're not going to take care of me, then I don't want to do it. I don't want somebody else taking care of me. So they better advocate for me to die. Okay. In a lot of places, if you've already gone too far with your Alzheimer's and dementia, they won't let you advocate for suicide, for unaliving. That's the problem. It's like they won't allow you to advocate. So you have to do it beforehand. Before you've succumbed to the illness, you have to advocate for yourself so they know you're doing it in your right mind, right? And that's the thing. So yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah. That's really why it's important to say these things out loud and to have these conversations, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it, but I think it's allowed.
It's
right?
allowed.
People acted like she shot someone in the street. It was actually insane, and it was a real discussion surrounding Black women. Like, she's a Black woman, and these are other Black women. Her just calling her embarrassing, saying like, this is dumb, like she's a bird, like I would never have a man like have me like this. And I'm like, do you guys actually know this reflects so much more on you? Like,
Yes.
I do think there's a real morality issue, or like this issue that's so clearly internalized regarding like the way, because there's so much pressure on Black women to present a certain way and not let a man do this. I think specifically in straight spaces, because I feel
it's a
removed from
whole
it.
thing over there.
Over there, but I just like over there. But it's so transparent to me because I feel like it's definitely rooted in at least those people who were critiquing her, and even her relationship to men. And like as someone who's decentered men, respectfully, like it's so clear to me that I'm like, this isn't really about like she upset you because he upset you. There's a man that upset you.
Ooh, she upset you because he upset you. Chet says, do you think if we don't want to care for our in-laws, then maybe we're not in a compatible relationship? No. No, because you know, that's so personal, and you're not entitled, like your parents are not entitled to your care. You shouldn't be having a baby thinking that baby will take care of you. You should do what's necessary and proper to prepare for that child being unable to care for you. Because, hey, I don't know if you know this, sometimes kids die. So if you have a baby thinking at least that baby will take care of you, what if that baby dies? Just like a partner or a spouse, I don't rely on the fact that my partner exists to take care of me and vice versa. At the end of the day, like these people might die, you know? And so what are you going to do after that point? So no, I don't think it's wrong that you might not want to take care of your in-laws. I don't want to take care of my parents. I think we'll both be miserable if we take care of each other. I don't want to take care of my parents because I don't think it will be good. But if I needed to take care of my parents, that'd be different. But I don't want to because my parents and I would fight every day. But my brother is going to take care of my parents because they're more Catholic together. So no, there's a lot of good reasons to not want to take care of people. And it's not because I got a bad attitude. It's because my parents have a bad attitude. You don't have, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to take care of an old person who's always like, gay people suck. Like, I don't want to wipe your butt. How dare you be homophobic and I still have to change your diapers? And I know a lot of people do it, and I would do it as a sacrifice, but I would not do it if I didn't have to. And thank God I have all these Catholic siblings because I don't have to. They can take care of mom and dad. You all can be Catholic and homophobic together. Okay? But yeah, I'm going to look out for my fucking liberal in-laws, my great mother-in-law who's been so kind and compassionate towards us, who's been so accepting of my queerness and everything about our relationship. Yeah, I'm going to be more excited to take care of her. You know what I mean? You know? But yeah, you should do, things should work to that's why I think that's why there is such a heavy conversation about what community looks like. Because it's easier said than done. It's easier said than done thinking, well, if I just have a community who could look out for me. That's why I think I don't value existing inherently. I just value the quality of life people have. So I don't personally value inherently existing, which is why I don't value inherently like being alive or a community or not community. I don't inherently have an attachment to these constructs. I just think like we exist, we're animals on a planet. It'd be best if we made life as easy as possible for as many people as possible and accept that life will be naturally hard and that we should be wise with our suffering. And I think you should be wise with how you take care of people, wise suffering. And this includes children, this includes parents, this includes family members, siblings. My dream is to be able to financially and securely help at least 3 of the siblings that I love the most, like I'm closest to, if they ever have medical emergencies, right? Because at the end of the day, like there's not enough, even if the system was there, like even if the system was there to take care of my siblings, who would be there to be with them? Do you know what I'm saying? Like the system paying your bills is not the same thing as having somebody be there for you. It just helps with the basics. But who's going to be there in communion with you? And I would really like to be in a financial situation where I could be there in communion with those siblings to make sure that they have community. And look, that might put even a strain on my marriage, to be honest. Like our marriage, let's hope we don't have to do that. But to some extent, like this would be a real moment in our marriage. But in a sense, my partner signed up for it because I I have a great attachment to specific people in my life. And should they ever need me to do that, I need to be able to do that. And it will be hard on the marriage, right? But it's not because the marriage got hard. It's because life got hard. And that's okay. Life will get hard. And as long as it's not the marriage that's getting hard, like we will figure it out. You figure it out.
Yeah,
And now you will never cry on TikTok.
I mean, not to quote what could have been, but like we exist in the context of all of which you came in which we live.
I've
We
heard
do.
that. I've heard that somewhere.
And some of y'all are acting like
Yeah.
you did fall out of the coconut tree.
Yeah.
You know? But I think that's a good example of that, where it's like we're not exempt from colonialism. Black women are not exempt from, even though they don't benefit from it. We don't benefit from it like statistically as much or really at all. We can still have the colonizer in our minds that when we see, when we see, exactly. When we see another Black woman crying on a screen, the colonizer in our heads, we don't even is so ingrained that it feels like a part of our own voice that we haven't grappled with yet. It's like you're a bird, or you're goofy, or you're not this. Where it's like we actually do need to do, I think, a better job of holding space for pain and confusion and, dare I say, illegality, like shit that's just like
that's not legal.
Shit that's not legal, you know? Like we need to hold space for that instead of like, I think also I think so much of this is moving from an individualistic mindset to a communal mindset,
absolutely.
where
There
it's
it
like
is.
when you see suffering, the goal shouldn't be to avoid it or like view yourself in positionality to someone else's suffering. The goal is to just be there as humans have been there for each other since the dawn of time. Like I promise you, there is a world outside of this shit. There is, but we have to make it. That's our
Yes, there is a world outside of it, but we have to make it.
responsibility.
Chills.
Love that.
Well, I loved holding space for you. I'll hold space for you anytime. This was
Holding space for Wicked.
This was fantastic. I feel
I've got to review Wicked through the levels, girls. I got to rewatch it. Maybe we'll watch it on the Discord.
rejuvenated. I hope you guys do as well. I know you do, honestly. Like I'm here. I'm gonna think about life.
Thank you.
But thank you all so much for watching. Please go check out Ebony Tomatoes Collective and the incredible work and writing they're doing. They just dropped a new issue. What's it called?
Against the Tide.
And where can they find it?
You can find it on our website. You can find it on our Instagram. Everywhere. Substack.
Available now. Follow Ava's Substack. I'm gonna link all the links. Just go down there. Thank you so much for watching.
I put the links in the chat for the video. Discord said talking about high compatibility courtship discussion. I already know for myself I don't want anyone living with me outside of my high compatibility partner. If I ever meet them, I need a place to not be masked or deal with other people, which is in my living space. But some people would need their partner to be open with another family member or in-law living with them. Yeah, honestly, like I've lived with family members. I've lived with married family members. And personally, I can have anybody in my space and in my marriage. But I will hopefully have enough sustainability and money, okay, because I'm a grown up and I understand life takes money, because that's what I'm aiming for, right? To have enough stability to have a place in which having family live with you in those circumstances doesn't mean in your literal house. It means in the guest house or in the house next door. Yeah, like my ultimate goal is to accept that right now I have to make money in this world and enough money. That's why I tell my partner all the time, let's buy 2 apartments in Croatia, one for my siblings and one for family that needs a place to be. And look, that's kind of the point of not, if we had kids and we had a different life, it would have been different. But we don't have kids. It's just us. And look, hopefully no one needs anything for the next 20 years because it's going to take me a long time to get it. But by the time we're old, by the time people might actually need intervention, hopefully we have access to that. But also we're limited because it's not like they can just come to Croatia, right? There are going to be rules. So who knows where we'll live? Who knows what money we'll have? Maybe I'll have enough money to buy an extra place in America, right? So there's something there, but it's for emergencies. It's for in case something happens. I'm not paying for their life. They have to do their own fucking life. I'm saying in case of an emergency, having somebody is important. Because look, no offense, I can't be the family member that has her in-laws living and her siblings living and 10 kids living with her. Like, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want you to live with me. I want you to be in a position where you don't have to live with me, but you're taken care of. And it's a dream. I'm not anywhere close to it. I'm not even close to ever being a reality. But again, I'm not trying to pay your bills. You got to pay your own bills. I'm trying to be there in case of an emergency, which is different. And only with specific people. I am not making this pledge to anybody. I have very specific people in mind that this will be for. because I have too many people in my life to offer it to everybody. They got to find other people that they're doing it with. I'm committed. I'm in a committed partnership with if things go badly, you know. But who knows where life will take us? Hopefully it will never get there, right? The hope is that it never gets there. But I have 10 siblings. Someone's going to get something. Someone's going to get something. You know what I'm saying? Okay. With that said, we did it, girls. That's it for today. I will see you again tomorrow. Is Noah streaming? I believe he is. I believe he bloody is, isn't he?
Varying sizes of audiences, but still very large audiences.
Okay. Links in the chat.
Into
Noah's
one
streaming.
spot, contributing to one particular thing.
I don't think
He
I
may
can send
be a
you
very
there. Can we rate
pragmatic,
him? I don't think
direct,
so.
Next, unironically, in my opinion, easy
No.
step for us, you know, progressive propagandists,
Okay.
fucking anti-imperial, call it what the fuck you want. I really
Okay, I can't redirect you there, so you'll just have to go on your own. All right, girls, have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Whoa, loud. Whoa, loud. Sorry. Okay, see you tomorrow.